countdown to upcoming Twitch stream. Over 57 minutes. That feels incorrect.
Nope, looks like the bridge is out.
No. Without the cat bridge, how are the cats to get over the gap? The gap of, I don't know, crap. Maybe they're trying to avoid the gap at the mall. Mind the gap, they used to say. Look out for the gap. They sell overpriced clothing. Try not to go inside.
Clearance prices are quite good, though. The quality is generally just mediocre at best.
I think the camera needs adjustment. It's looking up. Not straight up, of course, but right. Yes.
I want to see if I can't get this in front of me. There we go. Because I was having some wrist discomfort issues.
Coffee table too low to use table.
Well, too far away. And lab was too weird.
I know you're not a technical term, I'm sure.
I could not understand a word you just said.
A technical term from the field of ergonomics, I'm sure.
Yes.
Ergonomics. That's what's the ergonomics thing, yeah? Ergonomics.
Agronomics.
It's from the field of ergonomics.
Okay, but now I gotta go this way to get out.
Which is basically economics, but of more piracy.
I gotta go record my life before we start. While we wait for the robot.
Let me jump down. Squeakers go squeak. Do, 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 do. Average check. You are dismissed. Get rewards by sniffing a salad. I don't know. Good. Let's see. to check on something. I'll be right back. Also, there's one other thing I meant to do. I meant to do at 8, but I should do it now. Be right back. Okay. Now I've got till 10, which is more than enough. Because the other thing I have to do is at 9. During which time I'll have to leave you alone with the actual host. As he does hosting things.
Okay. There we go. Oh, and the robot has a beard.
Huzzah!
Drink. Keyboard. Mouse.
Your version of Windows is too stable and enjoyable. Please purchase newer, more heavily monetized trash to continue. No. Don't mind me, just making fun of Microsoft. And corporate software idiocy in general. Remember, it has a beard. She's here to get fur in your drink.
Don't do that. Meow. Good evening, Internet. It is 8:13 p.m. on Thursday, October 24th, 2024. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Amsrai, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. This is Remy. And tonight, we're going to be continuing Shadows over Loathing. Last time, we started the game in which we took a bus into Ocean City at the behest of our uncle, who requested our help with something, which turned out to be a investigation of cursed items.
And before that, the bus broke down, and we acquired an unnatural amount of fuel for the container that we were putting it in. And we met
Yes.
a cat.
And we met a ghost.
Yes, there was a ghost.
And we met Chekhov.
And his gun,
Mm-hmm.
which he was just leaving there, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Surely that'll be inconsequential.
Oh, certainly. Yep.
And so now we wander the city in search of more cursed items
All I can say is at least he didn't have a mosasaur.
and other things.
Remember that weird plot beat from Jurassic World?
No,
Chekhov's mosasaur?
I never saw Jurassic World or read it.
Wait, read it?
Wasn't it also a book?
Jurassic Park definitely was.
I'm pretty sure Jurassic World was also a book.
That fellow actually wrote a sequel to the book.
Pretty sure. The book sequel may have nothing to do with the film sequels, for all I know.
Probably rather well, yeah, because they kind of, they split the movie. Yeah, they split the book Jurassic Park into, I think, the first 2 or 3 movies, effectively. Like, they shoved stuff in Lost World that had been in the book, but there wasn't room for in Jurassic Park.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't make... If you read the book, it just feels weird because, the park owner totally dies.
Oops. Hold on.
Towards the end of the book. And because it's a book, you get to read his last thoughts. They're creepy. You think they'd be like, my hubris! But no, they're weirder. He's a weird man.
I forgot to turn the TV on. I did not see the TV glow.
The funniest bit is that's the compies that can... Like, the little guys. It turns out they're highly venomous. Great. Yeah, look, big blown garbage. Isn't that the real curse?
What if the real curse was the friends we made along the way?
I don't know, I think the real curse might be microplastics. They're in your eyes. An original character garbage can.
Do not steal.
Sadly, we've taught ourselves to read hobo signs, and now we can actually make use of the weird rooms we find all over the place because they're just hobo signs.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a few places we haven't visited.
You bump into that nervous Derringer salesman from before. Ah! Oh, Hugh, it's only Hugh. Yeah, sorry. Did you change your mind about purchasing one of my easily concealable personal defense weapons? Yours for only 30 meat. No thanks. Alright, well, if you get murdered, don't come crying to me, unless it's to buy a Derringer.
You're significantly more heavily armed than that.
Hobo code. The code says, nice lady, but she only likes salesmen. Ah well, not super useful to a non-hobo, but at least you got some translation practice.
Yeah, so like most loathing games, I think you can talk to your companion at any location about the location.
Not about the location, just talk to them.
Sometimes they have stuff to say about a location, I think. At least last time I remember it was in West of Loathing. But apparently has no connection to this location.
As you enter the boarding house, you discover some kind of hullabaloo, or perhaps a kerfuffle. A stern-looking middle-aged lady is surrounded by 6 agitated men, all talking over each other. Gentlemen, I insist you settle down at once. We won't get to the bottom of this with you all acting like panicked schoolchildren. Miss Brewster, you've got to call the cops. Huh, what this town calls police, I wouldn't trust to solve a jigsaw puzzle, let alone a serious crime. And I won't have those hooligans turning my house upside down. But there's been a murder. Somebody has to do something. What you can all do is go to your rooms and let me think. Good gracious. The men file upstairs, abashed but still fidgeting nervously. Talk to the woman. Excuse me? Miss Brewster sighs, exasperated. I'm sorry, I don't have any vacancies. Or, well, I suppose I do, but I can't let you have the room until this whole mess has been sorted out. One of those men said something about a murder?
Isn't it?
Thank you. Yes, it's absolutely ghastly. One of my lodgers was murdered in the night and nobody heard or saw anything. I'm practically at my wit's end. Maybe I can help? My name's Clumsy Robot. I'm kind of an independent investigator sort of thing. Oh, like the Belgian fellow in the mystery novels. What? Sure. Well, that's marvelous. If you can solve this mystery, I can pay you quite reasonably. Okay, it's a deal. Thank goodness. What can you tell me about the victim? He was a traveling salesman. All my lodgers are traveling salesmen. What did he sell? Oh, they come and go so frequently, I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea.
Was he also a giant bug?
Well, how did he die? I'm not sure. The body is missing. Look, you'd better just go and have a look for yourself. He was in 3C. I locked the door so that no one would mess around in there. All right.
He certainly used a lot of force. There's no head. Or the rest of the body, for that matter.
Hey, would you mind moving the chair? Because I think Remy's about to... Yep. Remy, don't.
Hi. How are you? Squish that cat. Theory for right.
Not a crumb to be found on the dining table. Miss Brewster keeps this place spick and span. Tiny oil paintings of previous boarders. The radio plays agreeable music at a polite volume.
You know, when she was younger, she would hurt me for doing stuff like that to her.
This potted flower saw nothing.
Nothing you'll admit to.
The bathroom door is locked.
Is this a sealed room mystery?
Only Miss Brewster is allowed into the kitchen.
Oh wait, we're not in the right room.
Ms. Brewster stands by the kitchen door, looking stern but frazzled. Sterazzled. Hi, Miss Brewster. Yes, did you look in that poor man's room? Room 3C? I'll be right back.
Yeah, you may want to actually investigate the crime.
It's a communal hat rack, but nobody's using it at the moment.
Shoes.
Some high-heeled shoes have been carelessly left in the hallway. You're not sure which aspect of this would upset Miss Brewster the most. Extra high heels.
What do these do?
Makes your steps higher.
Sophisticated ambulation.
The two pointy-leafed plants are holding the frondy one hostage.
That's a weird way of putting that.
This side of the incident.
So it seems that Heidelin took stupid walking and punched it or something. Because it appears to have been shattered into a number of lesser reflections.
Mm-hmm. You unlock the door and put the key in the secret pocket you use for things that won't ever need to be referred to again. You step into room 3C and to discover, holy crap, a massive pool of blood on the floor. And like Miss Brewster said, there's no body in sight.
Oh, holy crap.
Holy jeez, is there even this much blood inside a person?
Fish! Catch a bloodfish!
Huh, nothing. Must be shallower than it looks.
Look pretty shallow, it's just a puddle.
The window's locked, so the killer must have come from inside the house. Nothing interesting about the bed, except that it's next to a massive pool of blood.
I think the killer may have come from that magic circle on the rug.
An ordinary wash basin, no clues here. There's also a mirror. Handful of clean water.
None of this makes sense.
Check yourself for clues. Hi, Clumsy. Bye, Clumsy. The wardrobe is locked.
Here's bones in it.
The throw rug looks pretty ordinary. Check underneath it.
It looks like a spell circle.
You roll up the rug and, whoa, what the heck? There's a crazy occult diagram underneath it. The lines and glyphs appear to have been burned onto the floor. You can see little blobs of melted candle wax at the points of the dodecagram, and it even smells faintly of weird incense. Was this some kind of ritual killing? Great, like a regular old murder wasn't enough.
Wait. Why does the spell circle match the pattern on the rug, make it look like there's a spell circle on the rug? Did it burn itself into the rug?
Don't worry about it. It'd be best if you report back to Ms. Brewster first. Okay, fine.
Found a spell circle, how do you get into the wardrobe?
Well, Miss Brewster, I've had a look in room 3C. Did you find anything? I found a huge pool of blood. It was really gross. Did you find anything else? Yes, actually. An occult ritual circle. What? Oh my goodness! You think it was some kind of black magic sacrifice? I'm afraid it looks that way, yes ma'am. Well, I've always felt a lodger's religion was no business of mine, but I won't stand for this one bit. Are any of your lodgers involved with the occult, do you know? I do recall that one of them specializes in selling occult supplies and paraphernalia, but I'm afraid I don't remember which one. You'll have to ask around. Okay.
Trying to bug everyone else.
No response. Door's locked. You knock on the door and a nervous-looking salesman peeks out. I'm warning you, I'm armed. Oh, I know you. Yeah, I think we've met before. You sell derringers, right? That's right, yes. You should buy one. There's a murderer on the loose. Actually, I'm investigating the murder. Oh, thank God somebody is. What do you know about the other salesman here? I know there's a guy who sells occult stuff. I give him a wide berth, though. All I know about him is that he doesn't live in the room below the sunglasses salesman. I see. Neither of them are the victim, by the way. Okay, thank you. So... Yeah? Oh, hey, I know you. Oh yeah, you're the guy selling pants from before, right? That's me. What's up? Want to buy some pants? Not just now. I'm investigating the murder. Ah, yeah, real grisly business. Do you know the other salesmen that live here? Not really, just the guy who sells those little Derringer pistols. He was complaining about the guy who lives right above him. That's the Trinkets and Baubles guy, because he keeps making a racket dropping stuff on the floor at night. That probably doesn't help you much, though. Well, it's something, thanks. Okay, so this is...
It's one of those silly logic grid puzzles.
Who's there? I'm not opening this door with the killer on the loose. I'm investigating the murder. Do you have any information that would help? There's a salesman here who specializes in occult stuff. That seems pretty suspicious to me. Which room is he in? I'm not sure, but it isn't the one above me. He doesn't live at the same end of the hall as the victim either. Thanks. Okay, so it's going to be 3B. A is going to be the sunglasses guy. This is Trinkets and Baubles. Hello? Hi, I'm investigating the murder. How well do you know the other salesman here? I don't know any of these guys, although I think there's a guy who sells brushes who's neighbors with a guy who sells pants. Okay, thanks. It's gonna be sunglasses. Yeah, something I can... Oh hey, we meet again. Oh yeah, you're the sunglasses guy. That's me, baby. What can I do you for? Well, I'm investigating the murder. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I was hoping you could give me some information about the people who live here. I don't really know any of these guys. There's a fella that sells jokes and gags somewhere on this floor, I think. And there's a guy that sells pants, but all I can tell you about him is that he isn't the guy right below me. Sorry. No problem. Thanks anyway. You knock on the door and a salesman looks out. Hello? Who are you? I'm investigating the murder. What can you tell me about the people who live here? Well, I pretty much keep to myself. All I know about the other salesman is that the one who sells jokes and gags isn't the one who lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. What? Nothing, thanks. I was afraid that's what it was. Excuse me, Ms. Brewster, who lives in 2C? They didn't answer the door. They didn't answer and the door's locked. That's because 2C is my room. Oh, well, can I have a look inside? Certainly not, that's private. And you can't possibly imagine... I would kill one of my own lodgers. That would be terrible for business. I guess you have a point there.
So, let me guess. The occult guy...
is the one who gave really weird instructions.
I was thinking the occult guy might be the victim. He was testing out his own product and got torn apart by something.
It's remarkably hard to get information out of these traveling salesmen. You should try getting rent out of them sometime.
That does sound difficult. They're probably keen to pay in kind instead of cash.
We'll have to see. Not the room below the sunglasses salesman. Got it. And sunglasses salesman is in 3A. Trinkets is 3D. And the guy, yeah, occult stuff doesn't live at the same end of the hall as the victim.
Ah,
So he has to be A or B, so it's 3B. The guy who gave the weird directions.
The guy who gave directions as if he knew he was in a logic puzzle?
Mm-hmm. Well, I figured out who the occultist is. Maybe if we confront him with it, he'll either confess or give us some usable information. Are you certain you know which one he is? I won't have you accusing the wrong fellow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Alright, shall we gather everyone together at the scene of the crime so you can do a dramatic reveal like in the novels? Sure, if you want. I must say, this whole murder business is simply dreadful, but it's the most interesting thing to happen here in years. Uh-huh. You head up to 3C in a few minutes, and after a few minutes, Ms. Brewster meets you there with a few salesmen in tow. I assumed it was... alright, well, I suppose you're all wondering why I called you here today. I assumed it was so you could tell us who did the murder. Yeah, that was my guess, too. Right, yeah. Right, yeah, well, as you can probably see by this weird circle on the floor, this killing probably had occult significance. Thank you. Therefore, the most likely candidate is the occult goods salesman, who is the guy in 3B. What? No! I mean, yes, I do sell occult supplies, but that isn't even one of my circles. Are you actually accusing me of murder? I think you're the only likely candidate. That's crazy. You're crazy. Tell it to the cops, but suddenly the wardrobe door flies open and a salesman jumps out. Haha, I fooled you all pretty good. What the? Who the heck are you? I'm the victim. I sell jokes and gags and stuff. How do you like my new giant fake rubber pool of blood? Isn't it a scream? Oh my god.
Okay, this is dumb.
Here, let me give you something for being such a good sport, kid. Wear it in good health. You got an item. Foot spring. The ring bears the insignia of the Fraternal Order of Traveling Salesmen, which is difficult to make out at this small size, but it might be a farmer's daughter. Makes you more likely to encounter traveling salesmen. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I gotta roll this blood back up, and 9 people in this tiny room is 8 too many. Well, that could have gone worse. That occultist gentleman was quite offended by your accusation, but I believe he'll get over it. Here's your pay, young man. Thanks, glad to be of help. I'd say I'll call if I ever need your services again, but I think one exciting thing happening here every few years is quite sufficient. If it happens again, I'm just going to throw everyone out. Good idea. Yes, was there something else you needed? Can I use your bathroom before I go? I've been here kind of a long time, Ed. Yes, all right, here's the key. Thanks. Nasty goo. Continue fishing. Handful of dirty water.
After a brief struggle. Why is there so much stuff in this tub?
There's a little sign on the medicine cabinet that says take whatever you need. How generous. Most places would reserve this stuff for the people who actually live here. Burtworth's finest tooth wax. It's a whole ball of prescription strength tooth wax. They're called tulips, but in this case there are 3 of them. Ooh, look at that. The rocks in the planter have accumulated quite a bit of grease, must be because of their proximity to salesmen. Sordid grease. You can tell that this was used for something horrible.
Ew. I don't like it.
If you're bored by this boarding house, you could always just leave. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, would you mind grabbing me another drink? Some amateur wit has pinned a mild bon mot on the wall of a bathroom stall. You smile, but do not laugh. Thank you. Make the bon mot bon motier.
You pinned a mild bon mot on the bathroom stall.
Haha, now that'll get the bathroom goers roaring.
As I picture from, I want to say Reddit probably, someone just wrote the phrase crudely drawn penis on a bathroom stall. Like that's just more effort than actually drawing the thing. This is some multi-level shenanigans.
You manage to sneak up to the Tin Lizzie's hideout without anyone noticing. You aren't going to stay unnoticed for long, though. This place is crawling with Lizzies. Unless your first move is to turn tail and run, I guess. This car looks terrible, but it smells great. You isolate and then confiscate the source of the freshness. Prototype car freshener. +2 stench armor. This ingenious device consists of a cardboard tree soaked in some kind of nice-smelling oil.
Ooh, 2 stench armor. That's useful for chests. For some reason.
A couple of Tin Lizzies are busy trying to dismantle a car that is already pretty thoroughly mantleless. It's like watching someone try to scrape just one more sandwich worth of meat out of a leftover turkey carcass. That's a big spider.
What did the spider do?
I'm not sure. It went.
Like, it looks like it took its turn, and its turn was to take a poison damage and roar.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to do this.
Wrench. Holinda the Whirling Wrench. Grophilia the Whirling Wrench. Wetland's Barking Spider, 12 damage. Wow. That 4 wrenches.
Hand washing gasoline.
You know the kind.
Tin Lizzie's hands get really dirty, and the only thing that really works to clean them is gasoline.
I think the tongs are a magic weapon.
Remy the turtle grows stronger, +1 maximum HP. You really ought to put it out of its misery. Maybe that's worse. A greasy toolbox. Greasy gloves, disposable ratchet, piece of scrap metal. Sleaze armor. Combat item. The greatest trick of the marketing department of Black & Decker ever pulled was convincing people these were single use. Piece of scrap metal, a chunk of unloved metal hardened by its loneliness. Give your target shielded, which will cause them to ignore the next time they take damage. Nice. An old oil barrel. Since it's open, it's full of rainwater.
You got a greasy wrench. Another grease gun. You have two of those now.
A bunch of Tin Lizzies are hanging out here. Their attention is mainly focused on something further to the right, but the camera doesn't move far enough for you to see what it is.
Check your equipment. Because I see at least one greaser, so you might want to sneeze him.
Okay.
Or maybe hot armor. My goodness. Is that spider a hot potato?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he had a magma spider. You have to use clean water to remove on fire? It's dirty water. Yeah, dirty water is offensive. Makes sense.
See that.
What about that moderately dangerous spray?
It's got a whole lot of HP. I was going to hope that my spider would take care of it. So I was going to hit her for 5. And then take her out entirely. Oh no, it's 6 because I changed pants.
Yeah, apparently fire is a bigger problem than sea at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then I'll tongue the spider.
Spider, that was kind of a waste of your time. Wow, Obi is a little too on fire right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take her out. And then tongue the spider again.
Thank you, Spider. Dealing with the other very dangerous spider.
Face grease. A 50-50 mix of engine oil and moisturizer, useful in both a skincare regimen and a 2-stroke engine.
I really feel like that shouldn't be hot armor.
Oh man. Welding mask. Physical armor and hot armor. That's nice. Kissing candles?
Where are you, Tika?
Or like a picked apart truck.
Oh.
A muscular woman with flaming red hair is sitting in a throne made of welded together wrenches and glaring at you. The woman gives you the traditional slow, sarcastic clap as you step forward. Nice entrance. Thanks. Nice chair. Thanks. Now who the hell are you? Introduce yourself politely. I'm Clumsy Robot. Nice to meet you. And you are? Well, ain't you sweet. I'm Big Liz Studebaker. I'm the boss of this gang. That makes sense. Now, considering that you just busted into my scrapyard and beat up 5 of my girls, plus however many on the way here, I figure you got something on your mind. So what is it you want exactly?
I didn't really have any particular goal in mind. I'm just on a rampage.
Yeah, basically.
Why'd you get me stop attacking me in the street? Let's join. Oh dear.
I didn't really have any particular goal. You just wandered in here and beat up my girls for no reason? Well, it seemed like the only way to get to the other side of the room. I'll tell you what, you got this far and my girls ain't no slouches. That's worth some respect, so I'll grant you a boon. A boon? Like a favor? Yeah, within reason. How do I know this isn't some kind of trick? It's no trick. You can trust me because I'm sitting on the Crescent Throne. That means everything I say is automatically true. Wow, like the Pope? Kinda, yeah. We're real into hierarchy and chain of command around here. Neat. Anyway, what if you say you have a million meat? What? What if you say black is white? It isn't magic, it just... Look, part of being a good leader is not trying to use your powers in stupid ways. Aw. Anyway, you get one wish. What'll it be? More... You cannot wish for more wishes. Nuts.
More nuts. Done.
I need to think about it for a bit. Alright, well, it's an open offer. Don't try my patience, though, bud. Okay. I'll come back later. That could be useful.
Now to leave after having made a mess.
You round a street corner and encounter a woman in a welding mask using tightly focused magical fire to cut the fenders off a parked car. Hey, that isn't... I'm pretty sure that isn't your car. There's a polite cough behind you, and you turn around to see a woman in oil-stained coveralls casually spinning a grease gun around one finger. Is this your car? No.
Oh my god.
Then it ain't your business neither, so maybe we should teach you a little lesson about minding your business. You just said it isn't mine. Bewitch. Listen, you gals are going about this all wrong. You'll get much more usable parts off this jalopy if you take it back to your garage first, instead of trying to strip it quick and dirty on the street before a cop shows up. Huh? Well, yeah, we usually do, but Hotwire Nancy's visiting her ma today. Good thing you met me then. You two go on ahead and get your tools ready. I'll get the car there for you. You? What are you gonna do about it? Just a little of the old hocus pocus. You waggle your fingers and a hubcap floats off the car and does a lazy orbit around your head. I'll just hover it there, it's no big thing. Used to do this for Uncle Mickey all the time whenever he'd flip his tractor over. Huh, well. Finish the trick. Her grease gun sails out of her grasp and joins the hubcap spinning around your head. The two of them blink at you, then shrug at each other. Alright, we'll go back and we'll go unlock the garage door. Don't take all day. You manage to wait until they're out of sight before dropping the hubcap and grease gun and panting heavily. You got an item. Tin Lizzie grease gun. Phew, suckers.
Yeah, too many of these. We didn't even sell them at the store. Yeah, for some reason, back at the chop shop.
Yeah, no, it's not character sheet. To-do list. Refrigerator factory. That's right. I wonder if I can beat him. Obi stops and calls your attention to a small park that the two of you are walking past. Look, there's a fair number of folks out today. Are we in a hurry? I guess not. Why? He pulls his oboe out of its case, then drops 2 meat in his hat and hands it to you. I think it's a crying shame to waste such an opportunity. An opportunity to sell me your hat? Good idea. I'm down for a free lunch. Hey now, it took me years of practice to learn to toot this horn. This ain't free, savvy? Oh yeah, that's a good point, sorry. Nah, no worries. Come on, let's go put some swing in these cats' step. You pass the hat while Obi belts out some tunes, and the two of you split the take afterwards. You gain 12 meat. You again, so you're ready to join the party, or what? Yeah, you ready to join the party, huh? Clancy, quit it, or I'm gonna slug you one right in the mush. I'm gonna try the hard fight.
I wonder if they have a mafia spider with them.
They probably do.
Like, is this an ordinary random spider, or is this like a special mob spider? I gotta know. That looks like a bee? Or something? Bee cat. Ow! Ew. Piper's striped sniper spider. Intends to poison your least poisoned ally.
Oof.
No two people are not poisoned. It's big on poison. It's a spider.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I can go ahead and 2. Oh, he's got armor.
He's also badly injured.
Yeah, I'm just saying I can't.
He's got 4 left. The poison's gonna hit him for 2. He does have armor.
Okay, so with the poison, that'll take care of him. So I can go ahead and hit him with that.
Stop anyone else from getting kneecapped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has a shotgun, but he's just gonna hit a spider with it. And Goon's gonna punch the spider really hard. Oh, nasty good is a lot of damage. You could kill the pepper gunner with it.
I could kill the what?
You can slay the pepper gunner with it in one shot.
Oh, you're right.
He has no sleeves armor apparently. And he has exactly 10 HP. Yeah. Very small amount of pot damage on something or bleeding something.
Bleeding sounds better.
What are Obi.
Let's bleed the one that has the most HP. Just to get the most out of it.
Go for the carotid.
Oh, geez.
Oh, twinkle.
Alright, let's take out the spider. And
He's not evil enough for Holy Water to do anything to him.
Nasty Goo the Mob Goon. Goo the Goon.
Let's go.
And that will finish him.
Ooh, he has cranked his muscle up. See him drink his blood.
Can't do what he was planning to do.
No, that's good. Defeated by a hobo.
Dang, that was pretty impressive, I'll say. Hey bud, let's chew the fat for a bit.
Who do you think Obi unlocks the mighty Hoboken attack?
Obi gives a low whistle and waggles his fingers. Ooh, the old digits are getting a workout. You need a break? Heck no, my man, I'm just getting limbered up. Anyone fixing to cut rough with us is gonna get a real earful. Obi's moxie increases by 1.
Cool. Everything is sealed.
Magimech Tech Refrigeration. It's a refrigerator truck, but not the kind you're probably thinking of. If 2 counts as a fleet, they have a whole fleet of these things. A pool of chemicals. You carefully fish the useful chemicals out from the middle of all the dangerous ones.
Guess that's how I make them, right? Alright. I gotta go do work stuff. Oh,
And spray on asbestos.
I hate it!
Safe and effective fireproofing in a convenient aerosol can. There's a pretty flower growing out of this patch of frosty industrial waste. It's probably a metaphor for something you don't understand. Refrigeration coil. A monocharged refrigeration coil. If you can't figure out anything useful to do with it, you could always just sell it. These barrels are rhymed with frost, but they rhyme with carols. These fridges are brand new and empty, and thus quite boring. This workbench doesn't seem big enough for refrigerator repairs. That would be good to have. You grind the ooze up in the lid of an old paint can. Radioactive salve. This stuff will let you apply a healthy green glow to whatever body part you think is too dark and not green enough. Squeeze the powder in a vise until you can't squeeze it anymore. You made this with zero medical training. Even referring to it as a pill is probably against some kind of regulation. Chest of tools for fixing upright refrigerators. Another awl, a sharpening stone, and anarchist's hardware. Ooh. You put the resin in a bucket along with several other flammable substances. It's a bucket of petroleum distillates, and it is conveniently already on fire. You take a length of greasy pipe and some grease and combine them into a double greasy pipe bomb. It's like a pipe bomb made from the pipes behind a deep fryer. The control booth is locked from the inside. Somebody's going to be in big trouble. It looks like something is going down over there. Hide and watch. It's all there, all 40 cases? It's all there, Gluck. You got the meat? Dark Noel, what are you doing here? Surprise inspection. Ooh, interesting. What the heck? There seems to be a bit of a standoff between the mob guys and the other ones. The lady in the weird crimbo hat glares at you as you approach. I don't recall inviting you to this party. Are you going to introduce yourself? Booth comp bill. Clumsy robot. What's wrong with your hat? Nothing at all. A crimbo hat is appropriate for all seasons. It's all spooky and like it's cutting a hole in the world. I'm sure I have no idea what you mean. Oliver dear, are you busy? Be a dear and kill this guy, would you? Uh-oh. The crimbo lady smiles and leaves the same way she came in a horrible, weird spiral of negative space. The weird shadow monster that was once a person turns to face you. Hello? Shadows begin to gather around him, abstract, menacing shapes. Back away and look for some other solution. You're pretty sure the red button opens the jaws of the crane, and that glut guy, that thing, well, he's right underneath it. You definitely want to press it? I do. No way I'm taking the heat for this. Let's skedaddle. This booze looks dangerous, and it also appears to be tainted with some kind of sinister magical energy. Oh, this fridge is plugged in. A little note on it says, experimental, not for lunches. The fridge has been fitted with an experimental automatic ice cube maker. Unfortunately, it's made one single gigantic ice cube that fills the entire fridge. I guess if you ever need a block of ice as big as you, here's where you can get it. There's very little left of this poor fellow. He's got a pocket watch clutched in one hand and some business matters clutched in the other. Neither of those hands is attached to an arm anymore. You got an item, dangerous pocket watch. The ticking of this pocket watch sounds hollow and ominous. You don't like it. It's just wrong, once per fight. You got an item, bank pouch full of meat. Any cash payment that's too small for a briefcase must be contained in a leather zipper pouch. It's the law. You got an item, deed to the speakeasy, a legal document regarding an illegal establishment. You take a quick look at the deed. This must have been Oliver Gluck, the owner of the speakeasy. You don't have to leave the building to open your map, by the way. You can just click the napkin up there or hit M to head back to Plunkett Street with a quickness. Okay. As you're walking past one of Ocean City's many disused public urinals, you notice that one has been filled up with ice cubes. Ah, yes, this one. Hey, it's you again. You find Oliver? Yes. I don't like the sound of that. Oliver is gone. The handoff went extremely badly. Yeah, that too. You go over the events at the fridge factory. Fancy Dan makes a variety of faces at various points in your story, because Fancy Dan is a good listener. Show him the deed. Oliver was carrying this with him. Dan skims the deed. Says here that the ownership of the speakeasy is automatically transferred to whoever has physical possession of this deed. Is that legal? None of this is legal. Oh yeah. I guess you're my new boss, baby. Let's have one drink to mourn the old boss and another one to celebrate the new one. Good idea. I guess we ought to change the name since, well, Oliver's Place is no longer Oliver's Place. I suppose that's right. Got any ideas? Well, you could go traditional and just call it Clumsy's Place, or something like The Purple Door, or something incisive and avant-garde like, I don't know, Noblesse Oblige. I want to name it something else. Oh, I can't use underscores. That's unfortunate. Why can't I use an underscore? Radio PSI. I like it. Now to business. To business. We make the beer in-house, so that's safe, but we're out of everything else, and based on your story, I'd say the stuff at the factory isn't safe to use. Yeah. If you can find booze or mixers or garnishes, bring it back here. Any idea where to get started with that? No, but you might check with Barnaby. Barnaby? Dan points at the milky-eyed sot at the table by the wall. He doesn't see very well, but he's got a nose for news and a sixth sense for booze. He might know where you can find what you're looking for. Thanks. This spittoon has been placed at a really challenging height. Hey Dan, your spittoon is kind of inconvenient. Nah, baby, that spittoon isn't for spitting in. That's gone out of style now that mass-produced cigarettes are readily available anyway. No, that's a bona fide historical artifact. What, really? That's right. Belonged to a famous adventurer from Frisco just before the turn of the century. Really? Who? Well, nobody's exactly sure. A lot of people think it belonged to Mumfler Fumperdink. It's a strong theory, because if there's one thing we know about that cat, it's that he loved spittoons. But other people say it belonged to a fellow by the name of Thurnlion, and a whole lot of other people claim it belonged to a whole lot of other people. But there's one thing we know for sure about this spittoon, whoever's it was. They didn't use it for spitting into, they wore it as a hat. What? Ew, gross. Haha, right? They sure got into some weird stuff back then. Yeah, no kidding. He turns his head towards you and smiles. Buy him a drink. You buy him a drink and await his prognostication. After a few moments and a few sips, he clears his throat and speaks. Distilled to its essence, a lake is just a valley abandoned. Okay. Leave him to his milkiness. I found the watch. It was complicated. I'd be more surprised if you told me it was simple. Well, you know the drill. Strap it on and jump in the uncursing machine. It's a pocket watch. It doesn't... Just uncurse the thing and get some sleep, okay? You look like you've been through the ringer. I won't dispute that. You sit in the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable, and pull the weird metal dome thing down over your head. What would you like to uncurse today? A dangerous pocket watch. The machine snorts the pocket watch up into its dome and begins its strange and loud work. The pocket watch is pulled this way and that, its ticks becomes dicks, and its talks gots, and its 3 hands are forcibly bent back. And as its 3 hands are forcibly bent back, you swear you hear screams. And then it's done. The watch falls into your laps, hands now set to 21:23:07. You got an item, uncursed pocket watch. Now that it's free of the taint of that shadow energy, it's just a boring regular watch. If you think about it though, being on time for things is kind of like a magic power. Reduce an enemy's muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 3 once per fight. That's better than the duck call. The watch's curse now resides within the machine. Want to project your consciousness into it? Why not? In your mind's eye, you see the hands of a pocket watch spin back on themselves with jittery violence. With each revolution, the face of the watch itself expands until it is larger than you, and the building, and the street. Your whole world lives in the blur of the fast-running hands, in which you see life go by in reverse time. Submarines turn into longships, cities to stone dwellings, cowboys to courtesans. You are traveling faster and faster to the beginning of time itself, and there's no telling when this ride will end. Hold on tight. I'm a dinosaur. Don't eat the cat. Okay, eat Charles. Hey, easy does it, baby. We're all hungry. Please help, I'm a dinosaur. Yeah, baby, yeah. Messages 1. Check for messages. You check the message pad next to the phone. There's a note for you. Dinosaur. No phone number. Eat phone. Clumsy, attend to thy temper. Jessica looks pretty busy. What strangeness afflicts thee? Never mind, for the sun transits the horizon, and I grow ever the more in need of thy assistance. Understand, whilst you sleep under this roof, thou art my lodger, and a signature on this paperwork is by me required. When did you start talking like this? A provocative remark, sir, and by thee well made. It's Murray's desk, piled with books and papers. Gabby nods cheerfully at you. Ooh there, hoss. What's got you all horns and rattles? Been dipping into the nose paint again? Hey Gabby, I'm a dinosaur. Whoopah, pew-pew, I'm the quickest draw in the West, sure enough. Gabby doesn't talk like that. Sure is, partner, sure is. Hehe. Leave. The door to your bedroom. Open the door. With those 2 salad forks? No, you lack the opposable thumbs necessary to turn a doorknob. You're completely contained in here unless you figure out how to open doors. 10 dexterity? What's dexterity? Break the door down. I'm a big dinosaur. Humph! You slap your prehistoric tummy against the wood, but it doesn't even make a dent. Maybe that's why the dinosaurs went extinct. Couldn't open doors. Rawr. Unstitch the rug, 200 dexterity. The chess set, the cosmic battle between light and dark, church and horses. Eat the chessboard. Knock the chair over. You gained 1 dexterity. Clumsy. Real groovy pocket watch you've got there, Clumsy. I like the way it tick-tick-ticks, you understand me? Yes. A lot of power in that timepiece. Lot of power. Would you make a promise to me, baby? Would you promise not to throw that power away? A lot of good can be done with that groovy power, baby. Can you open the door for me? Huh? What's that? Greta Garbled? Yeah, let's do it, man. Groovy, baby. Absolutely smashing. Shake on it, baby. He holds out his hands. No, I need 5 dexterity to shake hands. I need 7 dexterity to pet the cat. You expend a considerable effort wrangling your claw around the knob, only to find the drawer is locked. You gained 1 dexterity. You gained 1 dexterity. Whilst thou tarry, good sir, the absence of thy John Hancock on my paperwork grows ever more urgent. Thy signature, if it pleases thee. Can you open these doors for me? Curious, sir, for I do not believe those doors to be locked. Well, what do I know? And thou wilt find the telephone table thither, a key to satisfy thy need. Your stomach is bigger than your brain, and you devour the entire table in a few quick bites. The key to the doors now lies safe and sound in your dinosaur stomach. Shake hands. Yeah. You can't relate to most of the books they have here, but there's one travelogue by a Diplodocus that proves moderately diverting. You gained 1 dexterity. It's Murray's desk, piled with books and papers. Read a paper. You peruse the newspapers, claws making only minor holes in the pages. You gained 1 dexterity. Add to the list. Your talons carve the letters HELP into the chalkboard. Oh, I don't know. Never had a head for puzzles, Clumsy. That's got me right funkified. Sign your name. I'm much obliged, Clumsy, and I hope from now thy sleep is all the more sweet for its legal correctitude. Open the door. The clock casts a long shadow over barren wasteland, cold and infinite. It is the end of the world. So we meet at last, with I looking the older man, though you are far older than I shall ever be. Wow, I never saw this room before. We are the Alpha and the Omega, you the beginning of time, and I its end. Will you walk with me, dear friend, to watch the death of our world and the birth of another? Rar. Tick, tick, tick. The hands of the uncursed pocket watch beat on, boats with the current, borne correctly to the future. You pull the pocket watch out and look at it. It's gained some luster. Upgrade. Uncursed pocket watch. 5. Nice. The curse is lifted. Time is in its rightful home, and you no longer have a tail. Yeah, baby. Excuse me? Oh. Kitty. How's this helping find Murray? Hey Jessica, not to dispute the importance of collecting these weird artifacts or anything, but I'm worried about Uncle Murray. How's this helping find him? Oh, I guess I didn't really explain that. See, the Detectatron 1000 is new. We only really got it running after Murray disappeared. He always searched out artifacts in more hands-on ways. Research, networking, following rumors, that kind of thing. The last artifact he went after, it could be basically anywhere, but the Detectatron only detects the nearest artifact. I see. So you figure if we pick them up in order, eventually we'll get the one that he was looking for. Right. I wish to hell he'd left a note about where he was going, but I guess he either thought it was too dangerous and didn't want us following, or he just rushed off all excited like a kid in a toy store. That's Murray for you. Yeah, that tracks. Oh. It's Murray's desk, piled with books and papers. You get a weird feeling about it for some reason. Nestled among the books and papers is a book of old but still valid postage stamps, with a few missing. They're surrounded with a haze of weird, shadowy energy, but you can still clearly see the illustrations of cute dogs on them. Wait a minute. Cute dogs? That's just like the stamp that survived your luggage fire. Oh dang, of course. That stamp is what destroyed your luggage. All your best stuff was in there. Your clothes, your teddy bear. That tears it. This shadow business has become personal. I mean, it was personal already because of Murray being your uncle and all, but now it's extra personal. Grrr. What's up? These stamps have shadow gunk on them, and one of them killed my luggage. Oh my gosh, I guess that was my fault. I ran out of stamps and found those inside Murray's desk. I didn't even think to test them. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, it's whatever's causing this damn shadow stuff. I'm definitely going to put a stop to it, though. Wait, how many of these stamps have you used? Just the one, thankfully. The rest must have already been gone when Murray found them. Well, that's good news, at least. That horrible book of stamps is still there. Hey, Clumsy, before you go to bed, I need you to approve a new tenant for the storefront next door. Why? Why is that... What? Why is that up to me? Charles shrugs. Somebody's got to do it. There's 3 applicants for the place. Okay, what are they? The first applicant is Truncheons and Bludgeons. This fella is really excited about weaponry. The second is Bertram's Bakery. Bert's a buddy of mine from my restaurant days. He makes a good loaf. And the last applicant is Yardware's Hardware. I guess if your name is Yardware, your options for rhyming business names are pretty limited. Let's go with your friend. Bakery sounds good. Okay, I'll get him moved in and get the next storefront ready for applicants. Thanks, Charles. Hey, it's that rug from the boarding house. Miss Brewster must have had it sent to you as an additional gesture of gratitude, or because she hates the way it looks and thinks it's cursed. Either way, score. dreams. It's Clumsy, that cat from the gas station. Funny coincidence running into him here. It's Jeff, the kid who used to bully you in 3rd grade. Make amends. Hey Jeff, listen, no hard feelings, okay? I understand in retrospect that you must have had problems at home, and I just want you to know everything is okay now. Jeff swats the overdue library book out of your hands. Ah, I see. Since this is just a dream version of you, you're still as much of a jerk as you were in 3rd grade. Jeff suddenly punches you, knocking out all of your teeth. Hey, if this was actually happening, I'd be really mad. You pick up your teeth and walk away. You got an item. Your teeth. These are unmistakably your teeth. You can tell by the scar on the upper left second bicuspid, but your teeth are also still definitely in your gums where they belong. What a jerk. It's that creepy Crimbo lady from the refrigerator factory, now in literal nightmare form. Move past her. Excuse me, I need to get past you. Why? Are you in a hurry to wake up? Darling, it's Crimbo. You should be making merry. Crimbo is still months away. Oh, but it's always Crimbo in dreams, dear. Merry Crimbo, then. Merry Crimbo, dearie. I didn't have time to properly introduce myself before. I'm Dark Noel. In an affectation as goofy as her name, she curtsies. Dark Noel, eh? You're really taking this motif seriously, right down to your weird, evil-looking Crimbo hat. Her smile falters a little. Evil-looking? I told you at the refrigerator factory. It's just a... Wait. She points the weird device she's holding at her hat. It starts beeping in a fast, irregular pattern. You're telling me that you can see the special Crimbo magic with your eyes? Yes, if that's what it is. This is decidedly unfestive news. I'd better talk to the president. You want to talk to Calvin Coolidge about your Crimbo hat? I want to talk to the real president about you. I see. Yes, that's the problem, dear, and I'll see you soon with the solution. She scowls and jumps off the edge of whatever this is you're standing on. Ominous. This bookshelf is not behaving the way bookshelves do when you're awake. Take a closer look. You grab a book at random and the bookshelf puffs out of existence. You got an item. The Melting Mind. You're not sure what kind of book this is. An avant-garde social commentary? Psychedelic research journal? Total nonsense created by the random nighttime firings of your own neurons? Grants combat skill. Mind Melt. Deal an opponent's mysticality to itself in hot damage. The only way to interact with your inventory during a dream is if you had convinced Freddy to hold it for you at the exact moment you went to sleep. I did that, though. No, you didn't. I did. I asked Freddy to hold all my stuff, and he said yes. You don't even know Freddy. Fine, you call me. The doorway back to the waking world. Step 3. Sunglasses man? Alarmingly, a man in an expensive suit is standing at the foot of your bed. What the heck? Who are you? You may call me Don Toblerone. I representate a certain organization of, shall we say, like-minded criminals. Organized criminals? Like the mob? Wait, you're the Don of the local mob? The mob boss in my room personally? No, I am not the Don. That is merely my nomenclature. It is an abbreviation for Donald. Oh, well, that's confusing. It has been a matter of some confuscation, yes. I do have a sobriquet, but I don't care for it very much. What is it? Don Thesaurus. I'm gonna hazard a guess that they call you that because you like long words. That is very astute of you. Of course, this astutition comes as no surprise to me. My associators tell me you handled yourself well during the conflagration at the refrigerator manufactorium. Do you actually own a thesaurus? I am here to propound for your considerationing a certain proposition. Come again? I'm here to make you an offer. Oh, can I refuse it? Certainly. Though your refusation would be, shall we say, unadvisatory. What's the offer? From time to time, my collegiates and I have certain requirements, but lack the necessary manpower to achieve them. At such junctures, we make lucrativial arrangements with certain capable individualists. We find ourselves at this moment at a juncture such as the junctures I have thus obscribed. So, you want me to do contract work for the mob? Exactingly. Okay, sure, why not? An excellent decision, if I may articulize such. So what happens now? Just sit tight, as they say. We will call upon you, telephonically. He gives you a curt nod, then leaves the room through the window. It takes him 3 or 4 tries to work the latch. Alright, then. Hey there, Clumsy. How'd you sleep? Fine, until a mob guy crawled in my bedroom window. Oh yeah, that window is pretty lousy. Anyway, the next antique I need you to find is a compass. The directions kind, not the circles kind. The Detectatron says it's out near Crystal Dream Lake. I don't know where that is, but I bet it's too far to walk. Do you have a car I can borrow? No, but I have something even better than that. 2 cars? A bus pass. The stop out front is your gateway to a whole wide world of adventure. Swell, thanks. Bus pass. An unlimited bus pass, good for an entire year. It's truly a ticket to a world of moderate convenience and comfort. Where do I go when I get there? Unfortunately, I couldn't get a more specific reading than near the lake. Something about the place is making the instruments go all screwy. Here, take this map. Postcard, and location, Lake Lighthouse. This is a postcard. It has a map of the lake on it. It has a picture of the lake on it. Yeah, that's what a map is, a picture of a place. I guess I can't argue with that logic. You check the message pad next to the phone. There's a note for you. Call Don T with a phone number. Call the mob back. Salutations. Whom is telephoning, might I inquire? Hi, Don, it's me, Clumsy. Ah, you recipientated my missive. Commendable. Yeah, what's up? There is an assignment of which I require your perforation. An assignment? Were I the comedic sort, I might refer to it as an undertaking. Ha ha. I'm glad you aren't the comedic sort. There is an antiquated distillery near Crystal Dream Lake, Grandpa Joe's Distillery, to be precocious. It was abandoned when prohibitioning began, albeit with its liquor manufacturing equipment intact. A group contrapositive to our own has claimed it as their territory, and we wish these bloodsuckers to be evicticated with extreme prejudice. So, you want me to give the bums rush to a bunch of rival mob goons? There is no underground criminal organization that rivals our own in this vicinity. When I say bloodsuckers, it is my intentioning that you will observe that phraseology a high degree of literalness. The group to which I referenced are Nosferatu. What? Nosferatu, Langsweir, Strigoi, Draculas, vampires. Okay, I get it. You're telling me there are actual vampires in this part of the world? Affirmative. They have been a pain in our necks for quite an extensive period of time. Oh, I appear to have inadvertently voiced another witticism. I didn't notice. Alright, I'll take care of your vampires. I guess it isn't much weirder than the Fishmen. Where's this distillery? Don Toblerone gives you directions to the place eventually. Location unlocked, Grandpa Joe's Distillery. Additional to that, you will be requisitioning the combination for the lock. Let me guess, is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Certainly not. Kindly allow us the credit for a modicum of operational securitizing. We selected the most unassailable combination possible. 9999. Alright, bye. A blonde flapper cracks her chewing gum, then gives you a sharky grin and a little wave. Hey there, big boy. You're Clumsy Robot, right? That's me. Pleased to meet you. I'm Molly. Molly Buttons, they call me. Charmed. So how do you know my name? The boss sent me to lend you a hand, and to keep an eye on you, savvy? What? Hey now, I put in my 2 weeks' notice before I left Poughkeepsie, fair and square. Huh? No, not that boss, you palooka. The boss. The boss? You know. She glances over both shoulders, then hisses at you. The mob boss. Oh, that the boss. Sheesh, I can't tell if you got a screw loose or if you're just funning with me. I like to keep people guessing. So what, you're supposed to partner up with me? That's the deal, McNeil. And do what? What's a 20-something girl like you doing working for the mob anyway? Hey now, I ain't just a pretty face. She pulls a Tommy gun with a full-size drum magazine from behind her back, gives it a flip in the air, and catches it with a mad glitter in her eyes. Holy jeez. Put that away before someone sees it. Tee-hee-hee. Cripes, you have to whisper the boss, but you're fine with waving a machine gun around in public? So are we teaming up or what? Sure, why not? Welcome to the party. Molly has joined you as a companion. Peachy, you want I should come with you right now or cool my heels at Radio PSI for a while? Sure, come along. Let's see what you do. Hey Obi, mind waiting for me at Radio PSI? Suits me just fine. My dogs are barking up a storm. You got it. Let's hit the bricks. Hit those bricks. It's the unsinkable Molly Buttons. She shoots you a wink. Hi Molly, how's it going? Let's ankle. My chopper's gotta stretch its legs. So how do you like Ocean City? Oh baby, it's the berries for sure. That's good, right? Where else can you farm kale by drilling rats all day and go out hoofing at your choice of juice joints at night? That's good, right? Seems like everyone's pretty down on their luck around here. Yep, everyone's out of rhino. Even the flim-flammers and fakealoo artists had to split town to find new butter and egg men. Sure, of course. Hey, you know if there's a good heater joint around here? I gotta stock up on pills. They make pills for heating things? Sure, you know, hot lead for ventilating things. But ventilating things usually makes them colder. Yeah, I'm gonna put them on ice, alright. What are we talking about? You know, I've had run-ins with a couple of different street gangs in town, but I haven't seen much actual mob activity apart from at that warehouse. Well, sure. We know better than to drop hobo mud where we eat. Gotta keep our hands clean, you know? Definitely wash your hands before eating, yes. Gangs pay us a squeeze for letting them work their rackets on our patch, and sometimes they come in handy if we need a few extra eggs for the heavy. I see. So how do you... Okay, it's repeating now. This must be Bertram. Introduce yourself. Hi, are you Bertram? I'm Clumsy, a friend of Charles. Well heck, call me Bert. Pleases as punch to meet you, Clumsy. Any friend of Charles is a friend of mine. In fact, I'll give you the friend discount. Wow, really? Sure, just assume that all my prices would be 10% higher if we weren't friends. Great, what's for sale? It's the good kind of crust, the expensive kind. Scarlet Pumpernickel. Bert knows it's Pimpernel, he just doesn't care. How did a single machine even manage to do this to a slice of bread? Hey, Clumsy, say, you wouldn't happen to have 150 pounds of sugar I could borrow, would you? Let me think. No. Well, shucks, if you do find 150 pounds of sugar lying around somewhere, let me know, okay? Sure, I'll do that. Thanks. See you later. Bus stop. Crystal Dream Lake. Chapter 2. The Spooky Forest. The lighthouse keeper, presumably. Excuse me, are you the lighthouse keeper? Sorry to bother you, my name's Clumsy Robot. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Copper kettle, brittle brattle. Are you okay? Yeah, I just ain't talked out loud in a while. I get rusty. I see. Lighthouse keeping's a lonely job, huh? Well, it's solitary, that's for sure. I ain't mind it, though. Ain't exactly a people person. What can I do for you? What does a lighthouse keeper actually do? Well, I used to be I had to light the lamp every sundown and then douse it again at sunrise to save on fuel. Used to be? When it was an oil lamp. We got a hookup to the electrical grid a couple of years ago, though, so now I just leave it on all the time. About all I have to do now is change the bulb once in a while. Sounds very peaceful. Oh yeah, that it is. Nice and quiet, and plenty of time on my hands. Must have a bunch of hobbies. Oh yeah, got a book, and a whittling knife, and plenty of middle distance to stare into. How'd you get into this line of work? Oh, my family's always been lighthouse keepers, on both sides. Ma and Pa kept lighthouses within sight of each other. Used to wink the lights back and forth once in a while. Oh, that's kind of romantic. You know, I never did find out how I was actually born. What? Anyway, was there something you needed? Have you seen an old compass around? The directions kind or the circles kind? Directions. Yeah, got an old one I picked up at an estate sale about, 20 years ago, I reckon. I'd show it to you, but it's upstairs and the lighthouse is flooded. Flooded? Yeah, filled right up to the top. Have a look through the window there and you might see a fish pass by. How did that even happen? Pump broke. No, I mean, how does a lighthouse just fill up with water? We aren't even below sea level here. Something to do with the tides, I reckon. This is a lake. Anyhow, I need a Glaxton valve to fix the pump. There's a hardware store down the road a piece if you've mind to help out. Alright. Okay, hold on. I need to go record my life. I will be right back. there, Teddy. Okay. It's an arcane oven. Simple vanity for a simple man. Through the window, you can see that the lighthouse tower is entirely filled with water. The lighthouse keeper has put a little cork in the keyhole. A dusty chess set. This is a nice chess set. Did you whittle the pieces yourself? Yeah. Took me 16 years. It took you 6 months to carve each piece? Pawns went quicker than the tall ones, but more or less, yeah. The horses were particularly tricky. No sense in rushing it. I guess not. Want to play a game? Can't. Already got a game in progress. The only piece that's been moved is a single white pawn. Yeah, I went first. That was about 2 years ago. Who are you playing with? Nobody. Well, here, I'll play you. You push one of the black pawns forward. Interesting. It's your turn. Don't rush me. I want to consider all the possibilities. Come back in 3 or 4 months. Right. Some kind of funky pump contraption. At the hardware store. Molly points out a sign posted at a fork in the trail. Sandwich Historical Village and Witch Trial Museum. Ooh, witches! Let's go check it out. You like that kind of spooky stuff? It's the berries. Gets the blood pumping, you know. Well, if they have a haunted house, you have to promise not to shoot any of the actors. No promises. Check it out later. After a short hike, you find a small hardware store nestled in the sparse woods surrounding the lake. It's the very model of a down-home country hardware store, except it doesn't have any old-timers sitting out front chewing the fat. Maybe it's their day off. Or maybe they ran out of fat. There's some hobo code scrawled into the dust here. The code reads, "Nice man. Ask him for candy." Neat. This barrel has a joke price tag on it, 10,000 meat. A barrel of rusty nuts and bolts, in case you want to buy some garbage, I guess. Paints in all of this season's trendiest patented colors, such as scarlet purple and honeydew blue and burnt crimson. You don't understand the purpose of any of these tools. Cow tools. The shelf is labeled ineffective pesticides. Hey now, that room ain't part of the store. But it's storage. The proprietor, you presume. You're the proprietor, I presume? Yeah? Welcome to Valley Hardware, the best hardware store in Crystal Dream Valley. Why's that? Because it's the only hardware store in Crystal Dream Valley. Haha. Been a long time since I got to use that joke. Don't get many new customers. Or new jokes. Well, what can I do for you? Ask about a valve. I need a pump valve for the lighthouse keeper. Well, sure, what kind do you need? It was a Glaston valve, I think. What's he need an automotive paint sprayer valve for? Maybe it was something else. Ask for candy. Do you have any candy? Why, sure, here you go. Pulls a piece of hard candy out of a jar under the counter and hands it to you. Thanks. 3 physical armor. A little piece of candy given to you by a friendly hardware man. Okay, back to the lighthouse, because I forgot what kind of valve. Aw, nuts. Hold the line. I stepped in some kind of weird mushrooms. Spores all over my good dancing shoes, for crying out loud. Dancing as in actual dancing, or as in back alley shootout? But I want a different pair for each. They ain't that dissimilar. She wipes the spores off her high heels with a leaf and hands it to you as though you'd know what to do with it. You got an item, fragrant spores. A handful of mushroom spores with visible aroma lines wafting off of them. Increases your mysticality by 1 and the damage of your magical weapon attacks by 3. What kind of valve was it you needed? Glaxton. It's a Glaxton pump needs a Glaxton valve. Style of valve or a brand name? Both. Proprietary hardware is the worst. Yep. On the side of one of Crystal Dream Lake's many trees, you see something curious. More accurately, you see something strange which makes you curious. It's a glob of sap that is hardened into amber, but it shouldn't be here. It normally takes centuries for sap to harden this much, and this tree can't be more than a few years old. You carefully dislodge the amber from the tree. You got an item, impenetrable shellac. Some shellac comes from insects, but you don't know that it. But if you don't know that it can come from it can come from basically anywhere. Leave before the tree gets mad. There it is. Glaxton. Glaxton valve? Well, shucks, they stopped making those things nearly a decade ago. I guess there's a slight chance there's still one in the back room. Ain't been back there since the termites got at the inventory. Or maybe after it got flooded. Anyway, it's a real biblical style of disaster back there. Here, I'll unlock the door for you so you can take a look around. If you can find a Glaxton valve in that mess, you're welcome to it. Thanks. Mind your step in there. Ah. Pile of waterlogged garbage. These boxes would be perfect for storing a collection of mildewed clothes. Nasty trash. Seepage has caused this concrete to become set in its ways. Blow its mind. You open the concrete's mind to the wonders of the world. It feels stronger and more capable now. You got an item, powerful grit. Even though it's just an inert powder, you're still pretty sure it's going to bully you. This shelf is empty, but even the emptiness is somehow dirty. It's a good thing you don't care what month it is, because this calendar is worthless. How much of a door has to be gone before it doesn't count as a door anymore? Something's wrong with this door in a way that termites and flooding doesn't readily explain. Step through it? You step through the hole in the door and immediately feel a sickening lurch in your stomach and a burst of "this was a bad idea" in your mind. Like when you hit the first drop on a traveling carnival's rusty and hastily assembled roller coaster. After a moment, when the feeling has subsided enough, you open your eyes and look around. It looks like you're still in the same place you were, except someone came in and cleaned everything up while you weren't looking. It's a workbench covered in tools. Make some stuff. There. Stacks of boxes neatly labeled. Shelves full of neatly organized hardware that definitely hasn't been destroyed yet. There's a 1917 calendar on the wall by the desk. It looks brand new. As you leave the storeroom, the shopkeeper spins around and you both stare at each other in surprise. You because the shopkeeper looks quite a bit younger than he did when you went in there, and him because, hey now, what in the heck were you doing in my back room? And how'd you get back there without me seeing you? I'm a termite inspector. I didn't call for any termite inspector. No, I do surprise inspections, so the termites won't find out in advance. Well, how'd you get past me? I'm very good at my job. Huh. Well, I don't expect you found any termites. I make my own custom pesticide. Yes, it seems to be pretty effective. I might have to go back in there for a follow-up check later, though. That's fine, I suppose. Just don't move stuff around too much. I like to keep it tidy back there. No problem. Outhouse rentals. This shelf is laden with dangerous pesticides that you're pretty sure were banned years ago. Paints in all of this season's most popular colors, such as ordinary white and conservative white and ordinary black. A sign on this barrel says not for sale. A barrel of gleaming nuts and bolts. It's the hardware store guy back when he was younger. Is younger. Welcome to Valley Hardware, best hardware store in Crystal Dream Valley. Why's that? Well, shucks, nobody's ever asked me to justify that claim before. Is it because it's the only hardware store in the valley? Huh, that's a good one, I'll have to remember that. I'm sure you will. What can I do for you? I'd like to buy one of those new Glaxton valves. Sorry, government fellas bought my entire stock. What? Oh, yeah, for the big dam they're building. I can order you one, though. How long would that take? 6 to 8 weeks? Would you mind holding on to it for me if I'm not back right away? Oh, sure, that's no problem. How long you figure? 11 years? Haha, what? No, forget how I said that's not a problem. Well, nuts. Listen, I can tell you they bought a heap more Glaxton valves than what they're gonna need for that dam. If you go up to the work site, you might get the foreman to sell you one of their spares. Where is it? Southeast end of the valley. You got a map? Well, I have a postcard. Crystal Dream Lake. Never heard of that. But it's got a little picture of a dam on it there, see? That's about the same place relative to here. Great, thanks. There doesn't seem to be anything on the other side of this door. Weird. Hello again. What can I do for you? What do you have for sale? Battery. Portable battery technology is in its infancy, but the fact that something is an infant has never stopped you from carrying it into dangerous situations before. Ooh, new ability. Add 1 physical armor to a pair of pants. People will hear you coming. You memorize the messiest recipes this book has to offer. Speaking of messy, you carelessly drop the book into a nearby pile of trash. Ew. Oh yeah, I have that other book that has the upgrade that I need to study too. You read the weird book, including all the several page-long footnotes, the parts in different typefaces and orientations, and the parts written in languages you don't speak. You got a skill, Mind Melt. You can't help but think there's more to the story than this, though. Maybe you should read it again. If you do, Mind Melt will also heal you for 5 HP. You read the book a second time and pick up a few new weird details. You still don't understand most of it, though. Your subconscious must just be a bad writer. You decide you've had enough and melt the book with your mind. Oh, and I'm already out of XP again. Two things which are hard to describe, but let's say they're more or less like smoking holes in space through which you can see the faint light of distant and dying stars, float up to you with an air of menace. The two orbs squint at you, and Dark Noel's voice echoes inside your head in a way that makes your eardrums itch. Well, well, if it isn't my favorite holiday party crasher, perhaps I need to be more explicit about the fact that you weren't invited. I don't really get the holiday thing. I like Crimbo, okay? It's my thing and I'm sticking with it. You must have had a weird childhood. That's none of your business. And neither is the rest of this investigation or whatever you think you're doing. You need to learn to keep your nose out of other people's affairs. I'm just trying to find my uncle. How about you keep your nose out of my affairs? What a disagreeable little urchin you are. Do you know what naughty children find in their Crimbo stockings? Yeah. A festive cheese log. You swirl your hands in a mystical pattern and launch a cheese log covered in chopped almonds and napalm at the orbs. Dark Noel's screech can be heard through the explosion. That's it. You're on the very naughty list now. Next time we meet, I'm really going to deck your halls. The black orbs vanish in little puffs of smoke. Fa la 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 la, jerk. This, what do you call it, is huge. Damn. This pump has a Glaxton valve on it. That sounds like a bad idea. A beautiful flower stands in defiance of the reining in of nature. It smells as good as it looks. There's a hobo code next to this pipe. The code reads, meat hidden in pipe. Ooh, you reach into the pipe and snag the concealed and congealed wealth. You gain 150 meat. Another one of those time doors. Let's hope that repeated exposure to these isn't going to give your ancestors cancer. Dean Bro's door delivery. A crate labeled pipe shoes. Huh, this is probably not what they meant to order. You got an item. Pipe shoes. These don't make any sense, but you're just going to have to roll with it. Helps you get around. Some careless dam worker has abandoned a toolbox here. Their loss is my gain. All self-adhesive rivets and foot gloves. Or maybe they're hand shoes. Makes you walk on your hands. This truck is even heavier than a regular truck. Nah, you don't want to get your hook stuck. Hey, Noel says nobody who ate on the crew is allowed on site. Noel? Yeah, Noel, the foreman. Noel White. Oh, jeez. The man clutches his stomach. Are you alright? Excuse me. Just starving is all. Rest of the crew went to lunch, but somebody had to stay here and keep all the rubberneckers and looky-loos off the site. I drew the short pants. Short pants? You mean straw? No, we got these 6 little pairs of pants we found when we cleared out a nest of fairies. I see. Can I have them? No, because then we'd have no way of picking who stands guard. Oh man, I can't believe how hungry I am. Feels like I'm gonna turn inside out. What about that table over there that says lunch? There's a reason everybody else left the site to eat, pal. You don't want to eat what Noel considers lunch. How bad could it be? Is it jellied eels or something? Man, I'd kill for a jellied eel. Noel brings these sandwiches that are just a bunch of peppermint sticks between 2 big bland sugar cookies. You can get a stomachache just watching someone else eat one. What? That sounds awful. It's because it is awful. He clutches his stomach and moans. Offer him something to eat. Government-issued sardines. Oh wow, thank you. He greedily devours it. His stomach is still growling. Offer him something to eat. Homemade cooking. He's starting to look a little less hungry and a little more relaxed. You consider offering the guy something to eat, but you don't have anything. Okay, I'll go get something else to eat. I could just fight him, but meh. You see a faded billboard advertising some kind of crystal shop. Crystal's Crystal Dream Valley, crystal shop. Go where you were going instead. If you had to describe his current mood, you'd probably say he's 60% sleepy and 40% hungry. More? Okay, fine. You happen upon a small rest stop type area just off the path with a rickety old picnic bench and a square brick bunker that is presumably a public toilet, although a sign on the door says out of order and the sound of flies buzzing inside doesn't incline you toward testing that claim. There's also a meat-operated blue cola cooler, which still has a couple cans of soda in it, although judging by the rust, it doesn't look to have actually cooled anything in a while. Check the meat return slot. Hey, the meat return has 5 meat in it. Lucky break. A can of blue cola. It's the patriotic thing to drink, proclaims the label. Okay. I can only eat one of a given thing each day. Okay. Off the side of the dirt road you're walking down, you see a pile of greasy rocks. A voice in your head tells you to squeeze them. The voice is the voice of your History of Rocks professor, who taught you a greasy rock squeezing technique. You squeeze the rocks, separating the greasy parts from the rocky parts. Sordid grease. He greedily devours it. He's almost asleep, but he still looks just a little bit hungry. Finally sated, he slumps to the ground and falls fast asleep. Aww. The sign says lunch, but what's on the table isn't identifiable as anything you'd want to eat. Klaxman screws, Grafton nuts, Daxton shafts, Waxman discs, Braxton cords, Frampton picks, Glaxton valves. There's only one left. Good thing you got here when you did. This brick outhouse is extremely well constructed. The taps don't work, but there's still a bunch of water pooled in the basin. Surprise, it's full of water. You should leave the rest for people who need to use this room for its intended purpose. And full of clean water. A workman-like toilet for workman-like workmen. No, taking it from there just removed the Glaxton valve from there. You see a familiar-looking person heading towards you on the path. As they get nearer, you realize that the reason he looks so familiar is because he looks exactly like you. Read it. Hi. Are you a clone, or is this a time paradox, or what? Turns out it's a time paradox, I guess. Wow, crazy. I agree. High five. The two of you, literally speaking, exchange a friendly high five. Kiss him goodbye. Wish him luck. Okay, well, I should get going. Yeah, me too. Good luck. Yeah, me too. Huh? Oh, haha. I'll have to remember that one. You did. Continue on. Hi. Hello again. I installed the valve. Hiya, I've been watching the water level through the window here. Should be dry enough for our purposes now. Come on upstairs. He disappears through the door behind him. It's just a lamp. Box of spare 60-watt light bulbs? You only use 60-watt light bulbs? Don't need much. Ain't that big a lake. Huh. Most lighthouses have a somewhat bigger lamp. An empty and wet bookshelf. Good thing he had his book downstairs. Well, here we are. Welcome to where the magic happens. Magic? Sure. Fiat Lux. Heh. Old lighthouse keeper joke. So, can I have the compass now? What? No, certainly not. I need that. But you asked if I had an old compass, and I said I did, and that I'd show it to you. Never said nothing about giving it to you. Oh, well, I really need it. So do I. I gotta calibrate this lamp to the North Star every so often, and I need a good compass to show me which one is the north one. What if I get you a new one? Nope, I said a good one. The new ones ain't any use at all. Why not? Because of how they changed them? What? Changed the compasses? They didn't teach you that in school? Folks got short memories. It was only round about the turn of the century. Some Atlas company bought the patent on West and rebranded it as the New North. Then they did a recall on all the compasses and issued new ones. They all point west now, and that's useless for my purposes. Okay. Well, how about I find you another old one then? If you can find another pre-New North compass in at least as good a condition as mine, then sure, I'll swap you. Don't really get what the point of that would be, though, since you'd already have one. Well, it's a long story. Never mind, then. Here, maybe this'll help you. Most of the old compasses got radium paint in the dials, so you can read them at night. This old Geiger counter ought to be able to pick up the radiation from that. Where should I start? Well, most folks consider the old kind of compass to be trash nowadays, and if I was trash, I'd probably be at the old junkyard. Neat, thanks. Let's head to the distillery first. You notice a particularly cobweb-strewn copse of trees, and as you get near it, you catch a glimpse of a big hole full of spiders in the middle of it. You can just barely read the old wooden sign next to it declaring to the world that the hole belongs to Beppo. Oh fine, go check out the terrible spider hole. There aren't as many spider eggs in here as there could be, but there are still too many. The plaque says Beppo's Hole at the top, and then there's some fine print. Beppo's Hole is named after Beppo P. Suricchio, who purchased this plot of land in 1903 with the stated intention of creating a shark sanctuary. He managed to dig one decent-sized pit, but before he could fill it up with sharks, it filled itself up with spiders. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that spiders filled it up with themselves. and their offspring, their teeming hordes of awful, venomous offspring. It is the opinion of the Crystal Dream Lake Historical Society that Beppo's Hole should be avoided at all costs. In fact, we probably shouldn't have put this placard here or included it on any of our maps. May those you leave behind forgive us. There are definitely a lot of spiders in this hole. This wriggling cocoon is roughly person-sized, so it's either a person who's been cocooned by a spider and is slowly suffocating to death, or a person-sized mass of baby spiders. Talk to him, her, them. Hello in there? Are you a person, or a mind-breaking quantity of baby spiders? Is that the kind of noise that a whole lot of baby spiders would make? Got them free. You cut apart the cocoon, knowing that it's probably just a guy in there, but secretly hoping that it's a trillion baby spiders instead. Sadly, it is indeed a guy, but since you're so into spiders that you deliberately checked a setting to let us know, why not take a second to close your eyes and just imagine if it had been a trillion baby spiders, just pouring out of there and covering you entirely. Wow. Phew, thanks friend, you had me worried there for a sec. They call me Doc. I came here to get some free gauze. Got a bit more than I bargained for. Hi Doc, I'm clumsy. I assume from your doctor hat thing that you're literally a doctor? In the sense that doctoring is my profession, yes. In the sense that I have a legal license for practicing it, no. You were looking for gauze? Yep, the webs from big spiders like this make really great surgical gauze. It's strong, self-adhesive, and even sterile, if it's really fresh. Unfortunately, I kinda bit off more than I could chew. You can chew it, too? No, I meant metaphorically. One of the great big spiders that live in Beppo's Hole caught sight of me. I don't recommend messing around with that hole, especially if you're flush to the gills on medicinal alcohol. I see. Ask him about the hobo code. Oh sure, I can teach you the hobo code for all kinds of medical terms. He teaches you how to read his handwriting, and then teaches you some hobo code. Ask about something else, tell him about the hobo camp. You know, there's a hobo camp just outside of Ocean City. They could probably use a doctor. Great, I could use some patience, because I'm much too eager to get doctoring. That's a joke that works better out loud than in print. But anyway, see you there. You swore long ago that you'd never deliberately walk into an impenetrable mass of spider webs. Let's go check out the museum. An oddly rectangular brown rock catches your attention, and on closer inspection it turns out to be a completely rusted and partially sunk into the ground old pre-war soda cooler, although someone fitted a meat-operated lock onto the door at some point. Due to the rust, you can't tell what brand it was. Heck, you can't even tell if there's any sodas still in it. Check the meat return. No way, the only thing you'd be likely to get out of that old rust hole would be tetanus. Buy a soda, maybe. You force some meat into the slot and grind the crank around until the door grudgingly unlocks. Inside, you find a raccoon skeleton and one extremely old can of soda. Rusty cola can. This can of cola is so old and rusty that you can't even tell whether it's red or blue. Or maybe some kind of horrible brown cola that you never heard of before. The village of Sandwich was home to a terrifying witch cult until all the inhabitants were convicted and executed in witch trials in 1692, and the village stood empty and uninhabited for hundreds of years. Come explore the town and learn more. This house was the residence of the Danforth family. Step inside to learn more. Putnam House, which partially burned down under extremely witchy circumstances. This trough may have been used to bathe human sacrifices before the ceremony. We don't have evidence of that, but it seems possible. This is a horse trough. Actually, it's a water trough. I don't know why I said that other thing just now. You reel in a pair of old shoes? They're called saddle shoes because like a saddle, they're worn directly underneath the butt. Ride the ground like a horse. Cola Wars MRE. These ration canisters were legendarily bad when they were new, and the intervening years cannot possibly have made them any better. You find an empty bag nearby that you can use to hold any fish you manage to reel in. Nice, you caught a viviparous coxswain. You toss it in your fish sack. You've got an item. Fish in a sack. This is a bag of all the terrible fish you've caught. It's pungent. You've caught a viviparous coxswain. Current value, 3 meat. You gain 21 meat. There's some meat on the hook. We actually use this well for water, so please don't throw meat into it. Sandwich's Church also served as an ersatz town hall, courtroom, racquetball court, and dark sorcery place. Nice gazebo. The wealthy Proctor family owned the biggest and most conveniently toilet-adjacent house in the village. Traces of strange plant matter in these tubs prove that they were used for brewing all kinds of horrible potions. Sandwich boasted the county's very first tripartite outhouse. Please do not attempt to use it, it is very old. A more modern convenience has been provided for your modern convenience. Huh, all 3 doors go to the same place. This facility has 3 sinks, and this is one of them. 1 toilet, 0 privacy. This chessboard has clearly been left out on display as an allegory for the battle between good and evil. Black is winning, representing a warning for all good-hearted people to be vigilant against the encroaching forces of darkness. These dried fronds are of no historical significance. This Ara appears to depict several important ancestors of the Proctor family line, though due to the low resolution of embroidery used at the time, it's impossible to discern exactly who. Check the footnote. It has been pointed out to us that this Ara is unlikely to have been manufactured in the capital of the Pas-de-Calais department of northern France, and therefore is merely a sparkling tapestry. According to county records, these were the most expensive stairs in the county. They go up a full 1.5 floors. Stairs to the 2.5 floor? The upstairs rooms are off limits while we catalog the contents. Please pardon our dust. This bedroom was traditionally given to servants as it was felt by the Proctors that it would be less of a tragedy if they got up in the middle of the night and fell down the stairwell. Mrs. Proctor's bedroom is especially off limits while we figure out how to deal with the strange mold we found behind the wallpaper. Mr. Proctor's bedroom, home to the county's most extensive collection of cravats. This was the bedroom of Peter Proctor, the only child of Nicholas and Abigail Proctor. This was the Proctor's spare room, where they kept spares of all the expensive things they owned. This room is not part of the tour and is also not part of the house. What? These stairs just keep going until they hit the wall. Seems like rich people have just always had weird taste. In 1692, the inhabitants of Sandwich were executed in the witch trials that were popular at the time, as evidenced by this old signpost announcing one such trial. This sign is written in rough black wax. Today is the trial of Patricia Williams, who stands accused. The rest of the sign is too weathered and decayed to read. An old and dilapidated church altar. Aww, kitties. Vince is grooming Harry. There are some brown splotches on the corner that could possibly be bloodstains. The altar where the town's witches performed their horrifying sacrifices. Note the bloodstains. Everything in this house was destroyed by fire except these two objects, which were found concealed inside a metal box. There's an antique ragdoll on display here. This ragdoll has a bunch of old pins and needles stuck into it, and for some reason has the word boring embroidered across its front. The little plaque on the front of the plinth says, "Witches frequently used special dolls called poppets to curse their enemies." This one was apparently made to target a Mrs. or Miss Boring, though no one of that name is listed in the town records. And then in tiny text at the bottom of the plaque, the pins were not found with the poppet, but were added for demonstration purposes. Interesting. This plinth has an old book on it. Take a look. It appears to be someone's diary. Oh yeah, the little description on the front of the plinth says Diary of Delia Putnam, so that confirms that. Mostly it doesn't look interesting enough to be worth deciphering the archaic handwriting and spelling, so you flip ahead to the last page. 6th of March, 1692. I hate that Peter Proctor so much. He thinks he can just go around being as mean as he wants to everybody, just because he has lots of money and lives in a big house and all. I should have used a much stronger curse. It would have been worth the trouble. The security guard is keeping a close eye on things in here, which honestly isn't very difficult since there's only 2. Hi there. Hello, welcome to the Putnam House. Please don't touch the exhibits. Ask him about the exhibits. Excuse me, sorry sir, I just get paid to stand here and keep an eye on things. I don't actually know anything about the exhibits. Oh, I guess that won't work. Shelves laden with identical jars of off-white stuff. The Danforth residence has been converted into a gift shop for your convenience. Why not take home a jar of the sandwich cream that was the village's chief export, besides witchcraft? An elderly woman smiles from behind the counter. Yes, sandwich cream. Play nice, boys. I think Vince was grooming a little too vigorously. Hey, Harry. Come here. Harry. Come here, Harry. No, he doesn't. Your meandering hike takes you near the lake, which may not have been reflected in the map display, but you'll just have to suspend your disbelief on that one. Molly picks up a flat stone and skims it expertly across the water. Nice one. Thanks. Hey Buck, how big a rock do you think you can chuck? Raw muscle isn't exactly my forte, but I guess I'd do alright. You pick up a fist-sized rock and pitch it into the lake with a splash. A loud plonk follows close behind, and you turn to see Molly picking up a softball-sized rock with a grin. That's impressive. I may look like a girly girl, but my Tommy's got a kick like a mule. Gotta keep the rust off of these pistons, you know? Is Tommy your boyfriend? That sounds kind of... My girlfriend's name is Nancy. Tommy is short for M1921 Thompson submachine gun. Oh, right, I knew that. She heaves another large rock into the lake. You try your best to match her, but it's not much of a contest. Molly's muscle increases by 1. Continue on your way. This place is empty. Nary a crystal in sight, contrary to what the sign out front said. The proprietress of this empty store has nothing to proprietor. What do you sell here? What do you think? Nothing. You're dead right, aren't you? And that's funny, don't you think? Because you'd really think that a crystal store next to a crystal mine would sell crystals, wouldn't you? Please, you're using too many italics, I can't focus. Let me tell you a little story about a young woman whose name is Me. Ooh, I love little stories. My parents wanted me to go straight into college, so that's what I did. But college girls, they're only thinking about one thing, getting a degree so they can work in a mine. I'm not like regular girls guy. I want to sell the things that come out of a mine. Sure, gases and such. So I dropped out and moved across 13 states to the best crystal mine in the country. But when I arrived, the mine was out of business. And now so am I, for I even got started. So what are you still doing here? Well, I ain't saying crystals, so it's I ain't selling crystals, so it's plan B, which is frowning. Want me to check out that mine? Yeah, and break me off a couple crystals, you were thinking. Not asking you to clear out the whole mine, man, but with just a few crystals I can afford to send my whole sorority down there. I'll see what I can do. You find a decaying nightstand discarded in a ditch, which is kind of a weird place to find a nightstand. Maybe someone got so mad about stubbing their toes all the time that they angrily drove it out to the woods and threw it out of the car. Check the drawer. Dang, there's all kinds of useful stuff in here. You got a battery and a fuse. Carefully follow the recipe and whip up a little dough baby. Oh, it needs a name. What? Boring? That seems like asking for bad luck. Call it just poppin' fresh. Why? No? It's a dough baby. It's not a voodoo doll. Off the side of the dirt road, you see a little trail of mushrooms. You follow it for a while and find that it leads to a cave whose mouth has been choked by mushrooms. Those things are bad for you. Continue where you're going. Glumbuckle Mine, Forest Office. Pry it open. This door is comprehensively boarded shut. Your crowbar makes short work of the long boards. This filing cabinet is newer than the rest of the furniture, but it's still pretty wrecked. Flip-file flip-flops. Just some shoes. That probably made sense to somebody at some point. There's nothing on this desk except a very old pink slip. The reason for termination is listed as shirking of elevator maintenance duties. This little radio is playing some big band music. This cabinet is securely locked. The coat rack is bare. This elevator has rusted into a state of total functionlessness. Okay, well, through the time door, I guess. It's a 1906 calendar. A desk with nothing on or in or under or behind it. A huge disappointment, really. An empty birdcage. They must have run out of canaries. This version of the cabinet is unlocked. Unfortunately, this version of the cabinet is empty. There's a jacket hanging on the coat rack, which I guess makes it technically a jacket rack. Search the jacket. There's a key in the pocket. Gumbuckle Mine Cabinet key. Oh. Can of elevator grease. A squirt here, a dollop there, and kapow, this thing will run like a charm for at least 22 years. No way are you wandering off into that temporal abyss. This support beam is lousy with termites. This cabinet is labeled dynamite storage and it is extremely locked. It is a very large, oddly spherical rock. A very large, it has a hole drilled in it. Shine your flashlight in the hole. Your flashlight reveals sparkly colored crystals inside. It's a geode. There's a big crack in the wall here. A massive cave-in. Actually, I suppose it's technically a mine-in. Three figures approach you, their faces obscured by the shadows of the trees. Wow. Excuse me, what? Who are you? As they step into the light, you see that they have human bodies, but their heads are hideous, misshapen fungal growths. They glare at you with beady black eyes. Wah. Holy crap on toast. Try to talk to them. You clear your throat. Wah. One of them scowls angrily. Wah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. One of them scowls angrily. Wah, ooh, ooh. Wah, ooh, ooh. The strange men look somewhat mollified. They hold a short whispered conference, and then one of them nods to you. Ooh, 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 wah, ooh. And with that, they turn around and disappear into the forest. You gain 8 XP. Phew. This shelf is laden with dangerous pesticides that you're pretty sure were banned years ago. Among them, you see a mason jar filled with an oily brown liquid. It has a handwritten label that says termite poison. Ask about it. How much for this jar of termite poison? That'll be 22 meat. I'll take it. You buy the pesticide and place it very carefully in your sack. Termoblast termite spray. Mind you don't get any of that on your skin, and don't breathe the fumes. And don't pour it down any drains or rivers or otherwise get it into the groundwater. And if the jar starts to melt, get it into a fresh jar straight away. Thanks. You see a familiar-looking person heading towards you on the path. As they get nearer, you realize that the reason he looks so familiar is because he looks exactly like you, again. Approaching. Hi, are you a clone, or is this a time paradox, or what? Turns out it's a time paradox, I guess. Wow, crazy. I agree. High five. The two of you, literally speaking, exchange another friendly high five. Or, well, I guess it's just the first one again. Nice. Okay, well, I should get going. Yeah, me too. Good luck. Yeah, me too. Huh? Oh, haha, I'll have to remember that one. You did. Continue on. Hose it down with chemicals. Take that, termites. The support beam is now termite-free. Here's one of those fancy mining helmets on this table. +2 physical armor. This helmet is heavy, but it has a light. Mining helmet is categorically better. An extremely enthusiastic rat has chewed a hole in this solidly locked solid steel cabinet. You root around in the cabinet, you manage to find one stick of dynamite within arm's reach. You got an item, 22-year-old stick of dynamite. It's a huge, weirdly spherical rock. It's got a hole drilled in it. It's an old stick of dynamite in a hole in this thing. Light it up. You've seen some disappointing explosions in your life, but that one really failed to even make a dent in the cake. This rock must be made of tougher stuff than a relatively fresh stick of dynamite can handle. I don't think I have any more matches, so I need to... A fast-talking salesman approaches you and starts his pitch before you can cross the street to avoid him. Say there, would you like to purchase a set of encyclopedias? No. God, no. Hell no. Absolutely not. No. I thought you might say that. Understandable, understandable. But what if I told you this was no ordinary encyclopedia? Do you think that's something you're likely to tell me? So likely as to be certain. Step a little closer, would you? Okay. He opens his trench coat to reveal a set of dog-eared paperback books. This is no collection of boring facts. This is an encyclopedia of blue humor, a multi-volume collection of the lewd and lascivious, a trove of truly tasteless treasure. It's a set of books of dirty jokes? Precisely. And it's yours for the obscenely low price of 200 meat. This item will grant an upgradable sleaze armor perk. Ooh. A set of dog-eared paperbacks filled with offensive jokes. Somebody must have carefully assembled this set out of individual volumes found in filthy public bathrooms. Grants an upgradable skill, heard 'em all. Gives sleaze armor. You know what? I'll take it. I have the meat. The man takes your meat and winks at you as he stuffs it into his pocket. Enjoy. He continues to stand there. Aren't we done here? What are you waiting for? I want to watch you read it. Slowly back away from him. Yeah. I do have enough XP to do that thing. Where is it? That's not it. That wasn't it either, but forgot I had that. There it is. There we go, Parmesan missile has been upgraded. The soldier who wrote these notes was a real masochist. If these techniques aren't against the Geneva Conventions, they certainly will be within a year or two. You discard the book in disgust. The horror. The world's sleaziest jokes culled from the world's sleaziest toilet stalls. If you can stomach these, there won't be much left in heaven or earth that can scandalize you. Not right now. A pebble next to the sidewalk catches your eye. Using that exact same eye, you determine that it's no ordinary pebble. It's a petrified espresso bean. Energizing powder. Take that, bean. Eerie Music House. Walking down one of Ocean City's residential streets on the way to where you're going, you hear eerie music coming from the upstairs window of a nearby house. Go investigate. This seems like a pretty normal house in a pretty nice neighborhood, but there's something odd about it. Some sort of uncomfortable energy that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Maybe it's something to do with that weird droning tone you hear coming from inside, like a pained inhuman moan constantly rising in pitch. Maybe that's it, yeah. You knock, but hear no response, so you nose your way inside. That eerie sound is even louder in here. It seems to be coming from upstairs. Also, the owner's interior design sensibilities are a little strange. A bunch of books about music theory. Even the most basic one would be totally beyond you. A dusty, disused chess set. It's a day stand. Tea time was a long time ago. There's nothing left here but stains. The plate rack is a statement piece, and the statement is, I have too many plates. The cabinet is full of backup plates. A shelf full of trophies from music competitions. It's a cabinet full of sheet music. Examine one of the pieces. You pull out a sheet, but it's all in German. Und du kannst kein Deutsch gesprochen. This door is locked. A tired-looking man is playing a cello here. What? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Sorry for intruding, but I heard the music and I guess I have an intrusive nature. My name's Clumsy Robot. Well, I am Ernst Zimmer. Forgive me for not stopping, but it is vital that I continue playing. What are you doing? There is a darkness beneath my house. Did you check the fuse box? No, It's probably that then. Listen to me. I had a dream, a premonition of a dark rift appearing in my basement and growing until it swallowed the entire house, and then the neighborhood, and then the world. Oh, that's quite a dream. It was not just a dream. I went downstairs to check the basement, and there is indeed a rift. As of now, it is still small. I must keep playing this cello to prevent it from growing any larger. I'm sure there's a rational explanation. Probably just a trick of the light, plus your anxiety over the nightmare. You're probably right. Just an old man jumping at shadows, I suppose. Happens to the best of us. Don't worry, everything's fine. Hi, Ernst. Hello. Uh-oh. Maybe convincing Zimmer to stop playing his cello wasn't such a good idea after all. Oops. Every one of these moldering books is titled Blood. It would appear that two ghosts are playing a very spirited, haha, game of chess. The day stand has become a nightstand. This chair is frighteningly non-right side up. This chair seems to be having a hard time remaining stationary. A viscous black sludge bubbles in the teapot. Fish. This isn't tea. You got an item, Eldritch Mist. You love bubbling black sludge, apparently. You got an item, bubbling black sludge. Foul goo from a haunted teapot. Increases your mysticality by 1 and your maximum AP by 1. Ah, all the plates broke. This table has slipped the surly bonds of the floor. Moths have eaten all the contents and most of the container. A shelf full of trophies from murder competitions. You pull out a sheet. It's a piece entitled All Arbeit and No Spiel Makes Ernst a Dull Boy. This door has seen better jams. Go downstairs. Oh geez, that sure is a dark rift in space over there, just like Zimmer was afraid of. Well, nuts. Everything on this shelf is either evaporated or expired. Boxes of moldy sheet music. It's a big hole in, well, here. Step through. Really? Yes. You find yourself in an infinite black void. Or, well, it looks like an infinite black void, but you have the uneasy feeling that your brain is only showing you an infinite black void, because it doesn't want to try and process what this place actually looks like. It's a weird feeling. A thrumming spike of nega energy. Dampen it. Now what are you? This creature is built more or less like a large muscular person, if you built a large muscular person out of some kind of writhing black ooze, and or smoke, and or just plain raw darkness. It has a fist-sized glowing crystal embedded in its chest, about where its sternum would be, and as you draw near, you can feel it radiating invisible waves of energy, kind of like heat coming off of a radiator, except also the opposite of that, and also not at all related to that. Look, incomprehensible forces are tricky to describe, okay? The creature shambles back and forth, waving its arms in a way that almost looks like it's dancing, or praying, or maybe just absent-mindedly flailing. It seems oblivious to your presence, although that will probably change pretty quickly if you try to interfere with it. Like, say, if you tried to pry the glowing crystal out of its chest. Size it up. The creature looks extremely weak, almost docile. Pry out the crystal. You make a quick grab for the crystal, but it's firmly lodged in the creature's chest. The creature howls, and its long spindly arms flail ineffectually as you, barely cognizant of your actions, plunge your hands into murky flesh, fingers questing through lukewarm tar until they find ribs, gritting your teeth, forcing open the cage, creaking, cracking, snapping like dry branches. You grab your prize and tear it free of the muck. The creature evaporates in a sigh of smoke. The crystal is both warm and cold in your hand, and has a slight buzzing vibration to it. Take it with you. Yes, something tells you that this crystal is very important, as well as being really shiny and pretty. You've got an item. Rift crystal. Nice. That swell crystal you found inside a rift in Ernst Zimmer's basement. Nice. It occurs to you that taking that weird crystal out of here might be a bad idea. On the other hand, it's yours now, and you'd prefer to keep it. Let's leave with it. See what happens. Check out this neat crystal I found. What is that? Where did you get it? It was inside the rift. It makes me uncomfortable to look at. Can I have it? No, it's mine. You found it inside my house. It was in another dimension. Another dimension inside my house. Forget it. Okay, maybe I should smash the crystal. You pull a hammer out of your inventory, or if you don't actually have a hammer, whatever object would be the most hammer adjacent, and give the crystal a solid thwack. It makes a sound like a baby being torn in half and bursts into glittering shards that shoot off into the darkness. Immediately you feel, well, I was going to say a massive earthquake, but since you aren't standing on the ground, you wouldn't feel that. It's more of an everything quake. You should probably get out of here. Uh-oh. You dive back through the rift just before it collapses, vanishes, heals. Thankfully, you find yourself back in Ernst Zimmer's basement, and not some kind of horrible between-dimensions purgatory. You run up the stairs to tell Ernst the good news. Phew. Hi, Ernst. Hello. I fixed it. I closed the rift. You did? That's wonderful. I owe you my life, and probably also my house's life. Here, take this cello. I have no further need of it, and to be quite frank with you, the thought of playing it ever again only pains me. Well, technically it's Robot's cello now. You have no idea how to play the cello, but you do know how to swing a great big club. Oh, thanks. You turn a street corner and duck behind a mailbox just in time to avoid being spotted by 3 Tin Lizzies who are either squatting on a stoop or stooping on a squat. I'm bored. When's the last time we had a good rumble? Ages, but we got a non-aggression pact with the Doughboys. Big Liz wouldn't like it if we messed that up. What about the Glocklins? Want to fight some of them? You're too weird. Can't understand what she's saying. What? I could hear you with that helmet on. Are you eating something under there? Sandwich. them what they want, a fight. That was useful. Ow! Yay. In an Ocean City back alley, you find some strange graffiti, an unsolved long division problem. As the two of you are walking down the street, Molly suddenly stops and gestures at a nearby gun shop. Oh hey, I know this bulldogger, hang on a second. You want to go shopping? No, I just want to get my typewriter a quick tune-up. The side on it's kinda hinky. Cut yourself a piece of cake, I'll be right back. You don't see any cake around here, disappointingly, but Molly returns presently with a freshly polished Tommy gun and a cheerful grin. Moxie increases by 1. Now we're hitting on all sixes. Come on, Buck, let's get a wiggle on. And here I thought Gabby was hard to understand. You stop dead in your tracks when you see 3 of those weird fishmen lurking in the mouth of an alley up ahead. They're peering around with their glistening, staring eyes and glurbling at each other quietly, until one of them notices you, and its 2 companions start stalking toward you, making wet growling sounds. Oh geez, what even are you guys? Or, well, are you evil invaders, or are you natives that were displaced by urban development seeking to reclaim what's rightfully yours? The fishmen confer briefly. Evil? Okay, thanks, as long as we're on the same page. Shove past them. I ain't got time for this malarkey. Get out of my way, chum. You shove past the fishmen, whose slimy hands can't find purchase to grab you, and stride away. They glurble angrily at you, but either they're too startled to make any further issue of it, or they're trying to basically keep a low profile. Either way, you make it out of there unscathed, except for the fish slime. 3 XP. A couple of black orbs, or holes, or whatever these bizarre shadow monsters are made of, are drifting toward you. You experiment with them a little bit, walking around behind them, moving erratically to see how closely they track you, trying to get them to collide with each other, and so on, but you can't really draw any conclusions from this. Also, they seem to be getting annoyed with all your fooling around, although you aren't sure how you know that. Fight them. Okay. You won! The orbs dissolve into black smoke and, I don't know, angst probably. Nice. You were unexpectedly surrounded by 3 Glocklins menacingly playing their Glockenspiels at you, which is a real trick if you think about it. Hey, what gives? This is a muggery. We insist on it that you to us all of your meat give. What, all of it? That's crazy. I guess that is a little extreme. Say we instead 6 meat. Fight them. Yeah. Mickey Westinghouse. You won! The goblins scamper away. One of them drops a piece of paper that appears to be a map to their hideout, the Glockenspielery flyer. Oh. Read it. The flyer says that Gideon's Glockenspielery is your one-stop shop for Glockenspiels and Glockenspiel accessories. It helpfully includes the address. Now I know where a Glockenspiel store is. An elderly man with thick eyeglasses shuffles up to you with a determined expression. Before you can react, he shoves some meat in your mouth and shouts in your ear, "Operator! Operator, get my worthless son on the line!" Mister, I'm not a payphone. That's what the last payphone said, and I'm not buying it. Let me talk to my Verschlingener son. Verschlingener son. Bzz, bzz, bzz. I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Please try again later. Probably gabbing with one of his floozy girlfriends. He shuffles away angrily. You gain 4 meat. As soon as they notice you, these Glocklin guards start playing a menacing tune on their Glockenspiels. Well, as menacing a tune as it's possible to play on a Glockenspiel anyway, which is honestly not particularly menacing, but their intent is clear. Hi, hello, what want you? Well? I want to go look at the building behind you. The old Glockenspiel shop? That is our hideout. You are in there not allowed. Oh, please. No, it is only for gang members. That is the whole point of a hideout. Want to talk to your boss. Have you an appointment? No. Can I make one? No. I want to buy a Glockenspiel. You have a good taste in musical instruments, but our Glockenspiels are not for sale. Oh, come on, everything has a price. The price of a Glockenspiel is no meat. 9 meat? I'll pay you 9 meat for one. That joke does not work even. I want to fight you. Gerhard the Chimer, Wetland's Barking Spider, Gottfried the Pounder, Let's see how this works. Like if the different enemies things is enforced, like I'll only get 2 hits out of it, or if it's... Yes, it is. Okay. I thought that's how it would work, but I wasn't certain. Yay. The path to the Glocklin hideout is now unobstructed. I'm not sure. Hard times for non-Glockenspiel businesses. The owner of this place added a huge wasp nest in case the keep out sign wasn't sufficient. This goblin is pounding furiously on her glockenspiel. It sounds like the background music they'd use in a war documentary if the documentary was about dogfighting raids made by an air force entirely consisting of butterflies. Hey, could you maybe... Geez, you're really sweating up a storm. I am so tired, but I must on play. Their hands and the rest of them look really sweaty. They could probably yank the little mallet right out of their grasp. But that would require getting in sweat spray range. Ugh. 3 stench armor? I can do that. What did this do? Oh, that's sleaze. Aha, yes, I can. You hold your breath and grab for the mallet, wincing as you get spattered with hot goblin sweat. The goblin collapses to the ground with a look of combined defeat and relief, and crawls away to find somewhere to pass out. You toss the gross mallet away and resolve to find a shower as soon as possible. A less disgusting shower. This goblin is pounding out music that sounds like a quaint mountain village being completely wiped out by an avalanche of tiny sparkling jewels. Wow, you're really going to town on that thing. On the contrary, I am playing it right here. Convince them to stop. You reach around behind the goblin and tap them on the opposite shoulder. When they turn to look, you deftly snag the mallet out of their hand. Huh? Hey, where is my mallet went there? It was wild. You were playing so fast you accidentally threw it right out the window. Don't worry, I'll save your place here while you go look for it. Oh, thank you. The goblin scampers out the door. Nice. This goblin is pounding that glockenspiel like their life depends on it, filling the room with what exciting boss fight music would sound like in a magical starlight fairyland. Hey, would you do me a favor and stop playing that glockenspiel for a while? No, never. Please? This music is my life. I will never stop. Remove the goblin. You pick up the goblin bodily, open the door, and chuck them outside. The goblin is too focused on his music to resist or even really object. This goblin is hammering out music that sounds like tiny crystalline snowflakes combining together into a blizzard that destroys the entire Midwest. Hey, could you stop playing for a bit? Haha, no! Trick them into stopping. You waggle your fingers mystically at the goblin. You want to stop playing and leave the room. That is not the case. Why did your eyes all swirly go? Huh, does hypnosis not work on goblins? I guess it does not. Well, you should leave because the acoustics are bad in here and your music will sound much better outside. Oh, okay. The goblin scampers out the door. Phew. This goblin looks a bit tougher than the others. Also, they're at the back of the room, so they're probably the boss. They look both delighted and outraged to see you, since that's a tricky combination of emotions to imagine. Let's just go with excited. As you step up closer to speak to the goblin, you notice that they appear to be wearing authentic German lederhosen rather than the makeshift shorts and suspenders getup that the other Glocklins are wearing. Not that you're an expert in traditional European fashions or anything, though. They sneer at you with glittering eyes. So, you break at my house in and beat my guards together? Think you can Gunther the Glocklin's defeat? You pause for a second to parse this. I didn't have any particular intention, I just kind of go places. Ha! You think goblins are pretty stupid, I bet, but you have one other think coming. If I didn't feel like having a conversation about goblin intelligence, can I just say yes and then we fight? Sure. No, I know goblins aren't as dumb as they seem. Oh, yes? Yes? What know you about that, huh? Well, I read a magazine article about it once. A lot of it went over my head, but basically, since goblins are fungal creatures instead of mammals, their brains work pretty differently, and they find it really hard to extrapolate from familiar experiences to unfamiliar ones. So when they're dealing with novel situations, they tend to just make wild guesses about how they're supposed to behave. Oh, I am actually surprised. Furthermore, because of the way they pass knowledge to their children, goblins are always really excited about having lots of novel experiences, so they're constantly putting themselves in situations where they have no idea what to do, deliberately. Okay, in fact, know you much about it. I am a little impressed. Why know you so much about these things? I was stuck in a dentist's waiting room for a while and didn't have anything else to read. So now what? Okay, well, you have proven that you goblins are not dumbthink, but that was really just a rhetorical question. Yeah, I guess I was showing off a little. So, we have now a fight, yes? Okay, let's fight. Don T thought she could use some assistance. You won! Gunther has spieled his last Glock in this place. He slinks off to find some other venue to terrorize with his plinking. His remaining Glocklins look at each other and scurry out. It's the Glockenspielery's dusty old cash register. You gained 200 meat. Thanks, Gideon, whoever and wherever you are. Wow, an upright Glockenspiel. This would look good in your room. Drag it there. Spooky armor. Do I have sleaze armor? One spooky armor. I need 2. So I don't think I'm quite ready to do that yet. Well, that sure is strange. Go ahead and... April 18th, 1858. A flattened sandwich that has been carefully concealed in the folder for that date. So that's what that code was about. Pressed ham panini. You're not exactly sure where this meat came from, but if it's pressed, you'd say a pig. But if pressed, you'd say a pig. What about forelocks? In 1928, forelock systems are still dismissed as unachievable liberal fantasy. Look under the welcome mat. Not a bad idea, but if you're going to lift the welcome mat, you need to know what you're looking for first. Do I? How much stuff can be under a welcome mat? Just a key to the bank's front door, as it turns out. The security at this place is inconsistent. Use the key. The door's locks are modeled on the monstrous mugs of the great hound Cerberus, three-headed guardian of the underworld's banking sector. Each of the three heads has a name: Phylax, Methapon, and Sneaky Pete, and a keyhole deep in its maw. Unlock Phylax. The head of Phylax lets the key inside easily enough, but offers up incredible resistance when you try to turn it. Heracles would have to use up all 12 labors just to get this thing going. Unlock Methapon? That's strange. The key turns over and over in this lock, but nothing happens. Something sneaky about this Pete, alright. The key fits... Oh, I hit Sneaky Pete. The key fits in the hole alright, but it's a labyrinth in the cylinder. You turn and hear click after click, but nothing results. Okay. So... I need stats. Yeah. Where the heck do I get a match? I remember getting one by wandering around. There we go. Finally, there he is. I'm afraid not. That's what I was waiting for. With a ruckus of mumbling, burbling, grumbling, and screeching, a whole crowd of very angry mushrooms storm out of the underbrush to attack you. Geez, what is these guys' deal? Wah-oo-oo? They do not even pause. Oh man. Fight them. Whoa! Those are some big mushrooms. Ah! No, my spider. They have sleaze armor. That'll finish that guy off. Yikes. That's too much poison. And fire. Ow. Okay, well, I'm losing. You lost. Whatever these mushroom guys are angry about, they sure are thorough in how they express that anger. You realize that winning is better than losing, and you resolve to do better in the future. You gain an effect, trying again. Losing that fight filled you with determination, and what you've determined is that in the future you should try winning fights instead of losing them. +1 to maximum AP. Open the character sheet. And Pitt the Elder said, "Why, under the wig of a wig, my dear." Huh? Wait. Oh no, that's disgusting. XP. You spend 30 XP. You got a perk, hurt 'em all. It takes a blank of a lot to make you blush. There's still a lot of filth to wade through here. Need 40 more. Alright. Let's see. As you're walking down a dirt road toward your destination, you catch a whiff of dog food. You turn your head towards its source, which turns out to be a pet store. Ignore the store for now. A squirrel chatters angrily at you from a nearby hollow tree, presumably trying to scare you away from its stash. A real tactical mistake on its part, since now you know where its stash is. It scampers away as you peer into the hole. You find not just the expected nuts, but also several wallets. Huh. Has this squirrel been mugging hikers? Maybe you should get out of here before it comes back with a knife. You gain 10 meat. On the side of one of Crystal Dream Lake's many trees, you see something curious. Ah, this again. Now I can do this. And she said, "Thank you, but wherever did you find a can opener at this time of night?" "Oh, that's terrible. You're embarrassed to admit you laughed." Now I need 50 XP to do it again. An oddly rectangular brown rock catches your attention, and on closer inspection it turns out to be a completely rusted and partially sunk into the ground old war pre-war soda cooler. No. Just ignore it. There's an extremely old stick of dynamite in a hole in this thing. It's practically squirting nitroglycerin. Light it. You've blown the geode open, exposing a huge variety of crystals. You should go let Crystal know. You hear raised voices and sounds of a commotion nearby and head in that direction to check it out. As you get nearer, the voices become clearer. Someone's yelling for help. You pick up the pace and soon find a small glade in the middle of the woods filled with odd little structures and large, beautifully colored butterflies. Something feels a bit off about the whole scene though, so instead of rushing in, you crouch in the bushes and creep around the perimeter, looking for the source of the yelling. One group of the butterflies is nearer to the bushes than the others, and as you get closer to them, you can see that they have little human bodies. They're fairies. Wow, real fairies, just like in the, fairy tales. They seem to be giggling maniacally about something. Hee! I think we ought to mess with them, Mike. They're creepy. Oh, shut up, Jim. I ain't afraid of some weird butterflies. That sounded uncannily like regular-sized human voice. That sounded uncannily like regular-sized human voices? Weird. Are they mimics, like parrots? Hey, get off my ear, you little varmint. What the? Ah, my eye, my eye! Ah, get it off me! Ehehe. Huh. They always seemed much nicer in the bedtime stories. Location unlocked, fairy lair. Maybe deal with it later, or never. How's that mine of mine? Break off anything expensive? Yes, in fact. You did? Well, that's just great. Hang on a minute. She leaves and comes back an hour later with 2 big armloads of crystals. You just gave me a couple of hours, and I'll give you a fully functional... you just give me a couple of hours, and I'll give you a fully functional crystal shop now, okay? What should I do in the meantime? Got some old magazines here somewhere. Oh yeah, here they are. Read magazines for a couple of hours. You spend a while reading. It's mostly op-ed pieces about political scandals from 20 years ago, but you manage to learn a thing or two. You gain 20 XP. The proprietress eventually taps you on the shoulder. All set now. Don't suppose you want to make a purchase? This magazine's fascinating. Say, did you hear about those sketchy land grants up in Oregon? I remember my grandparents talking about it. Boy, that Mitchell, what a sneaky snake. Yeah, anyway, got you a little something to say thanks. When I was going through the crystals, I found a small one that I really can't sell for very much, and I just thought of you. Twinkling crystal statuette. You remember this, when the very idea of this crystal was no more than a twinkle in Crystal's eye. Or you remember when the very idea of this crystal was no more than a twinkle in Crystal's eye. Thanks. What else have you got in stock? your muscle and physical damage. Crystal Chili Pepper Necklace, +3 hot armor, +3 sleaze armor, stench armor, spooky armor. I could use that. A skull carved from a piece of grey quartz. By the power of this grey skull, you feel totally fearless. Oh, that's cool. A regular snowflake is also a crystal, but this one is much larger. You'd hate to be caught in the crystal gale that blew this thing in. Crystal Pickle Necklace. A fragrant crystal and pickle on a simple silver chain. Elegance incarnate. 3 stench armor, 3 sleaze armor. Crystal Heart Necklace. A crystal sculpture of a purple heart. Any similarity to the military award is purely coincidental. A shelf laden with beautiful crystals, thanks to you. Alright, let's check out this cave. The future version of yourself strolls up to you and hands you a fat wad of meat. You know it's the future version and not the past version because you don't remember this happening before. Here, take this meat. Technically, I guess I should be repaying it to the future me, but that's me now, so you'll have to do. What? But what's the point of giving me meat if I have to give it back to me later? You'll be making meat more easily later, so this won't seem like as much then. Just think of it as a no-interest loan. On the contrary, I actually am interested. He rolls his eyes at you. Sheesh, future you is a jerk. Haha, yeah. Anyway, don't forget to pay you back, or the universe will probably explode or something. Ah, this huge writhing mass of fungus must be the reason they call this place Mushroom Mountain. I'll try it. Nice. You've reduced the amount of fungus in the mountain by a small amount. There is still a lot of fungus remaining. +1 to all stats. Nice. Yay. Wrong button. You catch a skittery movement out of the corner of your eye and quickly turn to face, well, nothing it turns out. You were ready to face a bunch of spiders or something, but there's nothing here but shadows. It must have been some tree branches moving in the wind or something. Oh no, wait, it's the shadows. The shadows are just literally also spiders, it turns out. Fight them. Oh, yikes. Oh no, Remy. Ow. Good enough. You won. It might seem a little weird that your regular physical weapons can damage these weird shadow creatures, but hey, why argue with success? Greta's Compassionate Pet Store. It's one of those boxes full of bees. A bee box, you think it's called. Smart of Greta to sell compassionate pets instead of indifferent ones. Hey Buck, over here. It's the unsinkable Molly Buttons. Hee hee, this is the berries. I ain't got in this many fights in ages. What, you don't do a lot of fighting for the mob? Ah, they're all wet. Always giving me an earful shooting up the place is bad for business, blah blah blah. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Moxie increases by 1. Aw, yes. Kitty! A scrawny-looking cat is sleeping here. Meet your next best friends today. Greta, you presume. Hello there. Welcome to Greta's Compassionate Pet Store. I'm Greta. Hi, Greta. I'm Clumsy. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Where are all the pets? Oh, they're out back. In cages? No, in the woods. I see. What stops them from leaving? Compassion. Okay, what pets do you have for sale? Well, I've got this snake available for adoption. I've also got one giant mosquito left in stock. Tell me more about the snake. Oh, you can't go wrong with the world's most dangerous rope. This guy will totally fill your enemies up with poison, just 150 meat. Nah. Giant mosquito? Hey now, don't knock it. A mosquito is great to have on your side in a fight. Not only can they suck the blood out of stuff, they can also pump that blood into you to heal you. Mathematically speaking, that's twice the power. Huh. A mere 150 meat adoption fee and it's all yours. That does sound interesting. I'll take it. Excellent choice. Now you just need to give it a name. Buzz. Huh. What to name a mosquito? Something about blood sucking. I'm going to think about this and get myself some more drink. If anybody has any suggestions, leave it in the chat. I'll see it when I get back. Okay. Mosquito name. Hmm. Who's a vampire? Other than Dracula. Oh, shoot. I can't remember. Just crack. Fine. Classic. Here you go. You might want to get a malaria shot just in case. Given this thing's size, you're glad it's friendly. Thanks, Greta. No problem. Anything else catch your interest? I guess I have all the pets I need right now. Three figures approach you, their faces obscured by the shadows of the trees. Wah, wah, ooh. Wah, wah, ooh. Wah, ooh, ooh. Fairies put up their tiny dukes as you approach. This mess of twigs and sap is a fairy nest. You fumble blindly in the nest and find a knife. You pull the knife out of your hand and flash and stick it in your pocket. Fairy knife. This knife is too small for you to get a good grip on with your big clumsy human hands. Causes target to bleed for 3. There are a lot of fairies guarding that nest. Must be something good inside. Let's fight these guys first. Ow. You showed those fairies who's bigger and tougher than a fairy. To a fairy, this is a huge birthday cake. To you, it's a grisly reminder that you killed a fairy on its birthday. Oh. This nest contains nothing but garbage and a mousetrap, which snaps shut on your hand. You gain an effect, hand injury, -1 muscle. More belligerent fairies. Not more belligerent than usual, just more of them. You showed those fairies who's the fairest of them all. It's me, I'm the fairest. Oh, this thing is horrible. Must be meant to scare humans away. Take it back to your room. Wait, seriously? You want to take this obviously evil, obviously extremely ugly statue back to your room? The room where you sleep? Yes. You're not going to be able to drag it out of here with fairies still running loose in the area. Ah, good point. This must be the home of one of the wealthier fairy families. You gain 180 meat. There are a lot of fairies guarding that nest. Nope. Nope. Oh, yikes. Fairy Star Wand. Magical weapon. Ooh. This tiny wand is tipped with a star made of solid gold. Don't get too excited though, because it's only like 1/10 of an ounce. Track the mosquito grows stronger. Access to that undoubtedly wonderful nest is now yours. I am vibrating with nest-related excitement. Oh, it's full of rocks. Inspect them. You extract all the useful compounds from the rocks. Powerful grit and impenetrable shellac. There are a lot of fairies guarding that nest. Another wand. Fairy Skull Wand. Spooky damage. This tiny wand is tipped with a fairy skull, which is like a human skull, except it's only about an inch in diameter. Fairy dust. It's weird that such vile creatures can have such nice dandruff. Increases your spooky armor by 3. And another fairy knife. Thunder Ring. Makes it dangerous to be near you in combat. When you're wearing this, lightning always rides shotgun. Huh. Yes. You drag the horrible sculpture to the bus stop. A bus arrives but refuses to pick you up because of the horrible sculpture, I mean. You spend the next several hours dragging it back to your room. Puff, puff. You put the crystal gave you on the shelf. Is that clear? Crystal. Just looking at this thing makes you mad. Pretend to fight it. You duck and weave, bob and swat. Are you shadowboxing, or are the shadows boxing you? Gain an effect, fairy fisticuffs. You're all charged up with violent fairy magic, plus 3 to melee weapon attacks. Wow. Too bad I don't use melee weapons. You wander off the main path and stroll along among the trees for a bit. It's nice to get out in nature for a bit, at least until you walk into an invisible spider web and it gets all tangled in your hair. While flailing around, disgusted, trying to get it off of you, you stumble into a second spider web, which goes right across your face. Ah! And that's how, staggering blindly, you got yourself tangled up in a third spider web, this one much larger and stronger and made to trap prey of more or less your size. The extremely large spider sitting in the corner of the web looks delighted to see you, and inasmuch as a spider can smile, this one's smile has poison dripping off of it. Break free and escape. With a yell of power and or terror, you yank yourself free of the webs and run away, leaving behind an annoyed and disappointed spider. Phew. Then she sent it back to the kitchen and said, "I'll have it without the lettuce." Yikes, you wouldn't want to admit you understood that one. There's still a lot of filth to wade through here. So much sleaze armor. I'm going to be sleaze-proof. A spooky-looking lady is guarding the front of the old distillery. Presumably she's a vampire? She looks spooky enough to be a vampire. Is that racist? She glares at you as you approach, her eyes flashing blood red. "Begone from this place. You have no business here." "I do, actually, and I'd like for you to invite me inside." "What? No." "Don't you have to? I thought that was one of the big vampire things, that if someone asks you to invite them inside, you have to do it." "That is nearly the most opposite of truth that is possible for it to be." "Oh, darn." "Leave this place at once, or the consequences will be most dire." Oh, come on, don't be like that. What's eating you? If you do not leave, the question will be, what is eating you? And the answer will be, me. Haha, that was pretty good. Haha, yeah, you really set me up for that one. Threaten her with mystical powers. You cannot frighten me, foul creature, for your power issues from the darkness of the night, and I... The night? Oh, geez, I completely lost track of the time! She looks up at the midday sun, and her hair bursts into flames. With a screech, she turns into a bat, which is still on fire, and escapes into a hole in the side of the building. You gain 6 XP. Huh, okay then. This is the hole that the guard fled through. Squirm through. 4 Moxie. I don't even have 4 Moxie. I could have 4 Moxie. But I know the combination, so... This door is locked with a government-issue combination lock. Must be a prohibition thing. You use Don Toblerone's terrible combination to unlock the door. Get inside. Almost everything on this shelf is busted up trash, but there's one unsmashed crate of booze. Grab it. Crate of vodka. I guess this is where Grandpa Joe kept all of his broken glass. The booze that used to be stored here is now in booze heaven. It's a laboratory workbench. Make some potions. Fancy potions. You dump various powders into the shellac until something interesting happens. You got an idiom. Idiom? Non-Newtonian lotion. The stuff in this bottle doesn't seem to be responding to gravity in the usual way. Aqua Mortis. Triple distilled lipids. Ugh. You mix the ectoplasm with a bunch of chemicals with scary-sounding names. You're all out of miscellaneous chemicals, so you can't make any more fancy potions. Okay. This used to be a still, and it still is. Some hobo code is painted on the side of this barrel. Translate it. The code reads, "Be careful not to drop your handkerchief in this barrel." You reach in the barrel to see if anybody ignored the advice. They did! You got an item, booze-soaked handkerchief. Plus 5 stench armor. This is a hanky soaked in some nice-smelling schnapps. There's a label on this vat that reads, Grandpa Joe's Extra Fancy Garlic Schnapps. Wow, maybe it wasn't Prohibition that put this place out of business. Open the valve. You crank open the valve and dump about 12 gallons of pure distilled garlic juice on the floor. Wow, even with stench protection, it's a nasal experience you won't soon forget. The vampires completely flip their collective shinola. Some of them turn into bats and fight each other to be the first out of the hole in the wall. Some turn into mist and shoot out of cracks in the ceiling, and some just run out of the front door. After that, you hear several screams as they realize it's still daytime outside. That should satisfy Don Toblerone and his boss. Hopefully they won't mind the smell. This vat intentionally left empty. Unfriendly vat, do not use. Yeah, but still. This drum is almost certainly empty. Bang on it. The drum emits a hollow, sober clang. This sofa is soaking wet. One of those mist vampires must have been sitting here. Those vampires left a crate of booze on the floor. Grab it. Crate of gin. The mirror on this vanity has been broken, but the drawers still work. Amethyst choker. The tightness of this necklace makes your neck muscles stand out more when you grimace. +1 muscle. Inside Out Ring of Weakness. When you put this on, you're technically the only person not wearing it. Everybody but you loses 1 of each stat at the start of combat. This table is strewn with miscellaneous vampire stuff. Vampire boots. Bloodle. These were invented when a cobbler accidentally mispronounced vampire bats. Makes you float like a spooky vampire. It's a piping hot strudel filled with blood instead of, I don't know, raspberries or whatever strudels normally have in them. Increases your maximum HP by 5, makes you immune to bleeding. And cosmetic wine. A vampire's metabolism won't process real wine, but vampires still want to look like cool wine people. Increases your moxie by 1. On the side of one of Crystal Dream Lake's many trees, you see something curious. More accurately, you see something strange, which makes you curious. Okay, it's this again. A heated fishing rod cooks the trash from the inside. Hot rod. The trash is left medium rare, but a connoisseur would eat it well done. Oh hey, there's something shiny in this pile of trash. It's a ring. Neat. White hot ring. This will make you like King Midas, except with fire instead of gold. When you apply on fire, apply 1 extra. This pile of trash must be especially appealing to flies. This radio must be solar-powered, or trash-powered. This pile of trash smells much worse than the other piles. Okay, I guess I'll put on that handkerchief again. Dig through it. Congratulations, it's the worst pair of pants you could have ever imagined. Yay! Trash-soaked pants. Wearing these pants makes you wish you could afford better pants, plus 20% to meat drops. This hobo is trying to wrestle a stove out of a pile of trash. Howdy, I'm Beanie. Hi Beanie, I'm Clumsy. What are you up to? I'm trying to get this stove so I can haul it back to our hobo camp outside of Ocean City. Oh, you know about the camp? Yep, I'll be cooking up a mess of beans once I get this stove back there, let me tell you. Asked him about hobo code. Do you know any hobo code you can teach me? Sure, heck, I know about a dozen different symbols for beans. Wouldn't one be enough? They all look pretty similar now that you mention it. 5 muscle. I'm gonna need more XP. Or maybe... maybe I have... that'll help. There. With assorted grunting and heaving, the two of you manage to yank the stove free. Phew! Thanks a million, pal. Now I just gotta drag this back to camp and I'll be in beansness. Haha! See you around, Beanie. Seems like all the wettest, slimiest trash has been sorted into this pile. Search it. You grab a nasty old spoon from the pile and use it to dig through the glue. You don't find anything, so you just keep the spoon. I don't know why you would keep that spoon, but you did. Nasty spoon. Oh, nice. Mysticality plus 3 sleaze damage. This spoon has been used to eat a lot of unspeakable chowders. Equivalent to the Fairy Star Wand in terms of just damage. This opening leads to an underground labyrinth of filth. Unfortunately, your Geiger counter is ticking faintly, so you're probably going to have to go in there. I hope you aren't wearing your favorite anything. It turns out that this garbage dump is much deeper and older than it initially appeared. Huge rooms and tunnels have been carved out of the trash, like the worst archaeological dig imaginable. And just to make a bad scene even worse, it looks like a whole gang of those horrible little fairies have made a home in here. There are a lot of fairies in that direction, frolicking around and making animal noises. Dying animal noises. You won! Your reward is getting to explore further in a literal garbage tunnel. Oh, okay, don't pout. You can have some loot, too. A nasty book is half buried in the nasty ground here. Flora Fetidae. Grants an available skill, Nostradamus. Being a record of a royal botanist's voyage aboard the HMS Cannibalism to catalog the world's stinkiest flowers. Sounds lovely. This catalog of the worst-smelling flowers on this earth is considered the most nauseating book ever written, even before you get to the cannibalism chapters. Get sniffing. The bloated corpse flower is a nasty bit of olfactory business. I almost do not want to serve it with cottage cheese, but you know me. Ugh, that certainly paints a picture. You got a perk, Nostradamus. There's nothing your nose doesn't know, plus 1 stench armor. There's plenty left in this book if you've got the nose for it. Demons. This white flowering plant is not just deadly when consumed, it is also murder on the nose. I call it Lily of the Smelly. Not right now. There are a lot of fairies in that direction, flitting around, giggling maniacally, and occasionally saying things in other people's voices that you can only assume were those people's last words. Fun fact, Nostradamus was known in his lifetime for his cosmetics and jellies. Interesting. You won! With those fairies out of the way, you can get to the northern tunnel. Wait, is that north? The leftern tunnel. Ooh, this half-buried sign has hobo code on it. The code reads, "What is junk, really?" Wow, that really makes you think. This room is positively swarming with fairies. There must be something pretty good over there. Or at least something that fairies think is pretty good, which is an opinion you might or might not share. Okay, dealing 8 damage. So I may as well hit that one. Gun parts. Some loose bits of gun. Make any weapon into a gun, which will use your moxie to determine its damage. Excellent. It's a pig. Someone has thrown away a perfectly good giant novelty piggy bank. Smash it. Sorry, piggy. Hey, whoever threw this out didn't take their meat out first. You gain 240 meat. This wall of trash is riddled with fairy tunnels. Ringing this bell would certainly stir up some angry fairies. This tunnel is big enough to accommodate you if you can muster the flexibility, and assuming you're neither claustrophobic nor germophobic. Need more moxie to do that. One more moxie. You squeeze into the burrow and wriggle your way through a series of nasty trash tubes. Eventually, the garbage beneath you collapses, depositing you above a different chamber. Wait, above it? A foot from a big statue. That's how far you are away from this and what it is. It seems pretty depressed. Talk to it. You listen to the statue. It's sad about the passage of time, but you manage to make it feel a little better by reminding it that it's still a really big, really strong foot. It gives you some toe jam as a gesture of thanks. You got an item, powerful grit. Someone threw away an entire fence? There's a whole flock of fairies here, all armed with rusty needles. It almost seems like they're practicing their fencing skills, but their fighting style is so chaotic it's hard to tell. Four, 7, 4, 12. You won. Hopefully a case of tetanus is not part of the loot. Squirrel cheese. The fairies keep squirrels the way we used to keep cows. One can only hope that someday they will face a similar reckoning. A beat-up-old toolbox. Anarchist's hardware. Wow, dangerous stuff. This must have been buried by some kind of degenerate criminal. Okay, now I know where I am. Holy dang, somebody threw away a perfectly good cow skull. These are rare as heck, considering that there haven't been any cows in this country for more than 30 years. Mounted cow skull. It's always hard to tell whether one of these is part of a normal cow somebody killed for sport, or the entirety of a horrible floating cow skull somebody killed in self-defense. This would look great in your room. The Geiger counter is really going nuts. This must be the spot. Requires shovel. Where do I get a shovel? A teetering stack of crates is holding up part of the ceiling here. Kick it. The trash has collapsed into an unsafe staircase-like heap. That was extremely lucky. Hey Buck, over here. Hey Buck, hold still a minute while I hit you in the knees with this lead pipe, okay? What? No. Oh, come on, I got a swell idea for improving my kneecapping technique and I want to test it out. Well, you can wait until we get into a fight with someone and try it out on them. Phooey, I hate waiting for stuff. Molly's cap knee attack now deals 5 extra damage. Nice. Where the heck do I get a shovel? Hardware store? You hear some growling and shrieking and laughing nearby, and despite it being a bad idea because it's probably more of those horrible fairies, you go to check it out. It does, in fact, turn out to be more of those horrible fairies. These ones are tormenting a badger, which is backed up into a shallow burrow and frantically swatting at them as they poke at it with little knives. Just as you're starting to back away, grateful that they haven't noticed you, you step on a dry twig. It cracks noisily, and the fairies all turn around. Dang it, twig. Fight them. Thank you. You won. The badger seems grateful, or at least as grateful as a badger can seem, which isn't very much, to be honest. Fairy loot makes up the difference, however. What do you have for sale? Used plunger. Oh, I can just buy matches here. Do you have shovels? No. Your shovel. Oh yeah, the hat person. As you're walking past one of Ocean... Okay, yeah, this one. Nah. Any hobo codes to share? Mm-hmm. He fishes an old store receipt out of his pocket and draws some very small symbols for you to squint at. Thanks. Able to find any work? That's a shame. Right, yeah, don't let it get you down. How's the camp treating you? Yeah, seems nice. Everyone's real friendly. That's great. Community's real important. Definitely better than standing on an abandoned street corner. I don't suppose there's any chance of a punchline where you suddenly say something really elaborate and completely understandable, is there? Yeah, just checking. Okay, see you later. Oh, hello. Thanks for pointing me here. It's been great. Nice. Yeah, I bet everyone's really glad to have a doctor around. Yep, although we've got a pretty robust lot here, so there hasn't been anything really interesting for me to do yet. But you know what they say, every unremoved appendix is basically a ticking time bomb. He rubs his hands together in excited anticipation. Ah, yeah, this guy again. Here's our cut of the profits. Found this case of vodka. Gotta be careful with this stuff, it might end up drinking you. Found this case of gin. This'll gin up some more business for sure. This Glocklin has changed his ways. must be barred shut from the other side. The groundskeeper from Gulfway Park and the jokes and gag salesman from Miss Brewster's are chatting about something. So then when they bend over the water fountain to take a drink, boom, huge spritz of pressurized water right in the face. But here's the clever part, see, it only happens once every 20 or 30 times the button is pushed, so nobody ever expects it, even if it's happened to them before. Say, that is pretty funny. Wait, let me show you these diagrams for what I call a whoopee park bench. You'll love this. It's always a good feeling to see two people hit it off so well. Oh, nuts. Hold the... Okay, this one again. Maybe they have a shovel? Huh, you lose an effect. Hand injury. Good. Maybe Charles knows? No. You hang the cow skull over your desk. If anybody asks, I'll tell them you killed the cow yourself. Thanks. Where is a shovel?
long last.
That took way too long.
4.7 hours.
They really shouldn't keep you working after 1 a.m.
Yeah, a lot of it was waiting. Ridiculous. There were some snags updating some database stuff. Snags with the initial deployment of the code.
Just sit in your swell chair. Nope. Oh, come on, just for a second. Only the boss of the Tin Lizzies can sit on the Crescent Throne. Sorry, kid. That stinks. Come on, let me sit in your chair. You waggle your fingers at her and do that trick where your pupils go all swirly. It's perfectly safe, and I couldn't possibly result in any problems, I promise. Well, alright, fine, but just for a second. Wicked. Big Liz stands up and you take her seat on the Crescent Throne. It's cold and not very comfortable, but it does make you feel pretty powerful. Wow, this is great. Glad you like it. Now get up. Now, seeing as how I'm the boss of the gang now, I think I'll enjoy it a little longer. What did you just say? I said I'm the boss of the Tin Lizzies now, and I said it while sitting on the Crescent Throne. Twice. Nice try, Dipstick, but the power of the throne doesn't apply unless you already are the boss. I was the boss as soon as I sat down. You said, while sitting here, that only the boss of the Tin Lizzies can sit on the Crescent Throne, and here I am, sitting on it. Ipso facto, I'm the boss. Why, you little... And the first change I'm making is that from now on, changes in gang leadership can only occur via written agreement from the current boss, which is me. You promised me you wouldn't cause any problems. I don't see any problems from where I'm sitting. Grr. Haha, take it easy, Big Liz. I'm just messing with you, huh? I don't have time to run a gang, I'm busy. But I'm busy with something kind of weird, and I think I might need your resources. So you can run the gang, same as always. All I need is for you gals to help me out if I need backup. I swear on the Crescent Throne that as soon as I'm done with this whole crazy mess I've fallen into, I'll make you full official boss of the Tin Lizzies again. Alright, I guess I deserve it for falling for that trick. You win, boss. Great.
Wow, did you just subjugate a gang?
Mm-hmm. Here, you can sit back down if you want. This thing is uncomfortable. I'll stand, thanks. So what do you need from me? Well, I could use some supplies. Supply shed's over there. Here's the key. And if you get into any trouble in town, just give a whistle and one of the girls will come to help out. Got an item. Tin whistle. Thanks.
Ooh.
Combat item. By commanding underlings with the poot sounds made by this whistle, you'll be a real tin poot dictator. Summon a Tin Lizzie to help you in combat. Only works in Ocean City. Thanks.
That's cool if you need something greased up or set on fire. Oh,
Mhm.
cool. You got the dog with worms shoes.
It's the saddle shoes.
What?
Saddle shoes.
Why would those make you do the butt scoop?
I'm riding the ground.
That's really stupid. This game's silly. I also got pipe shoes.
They're called saddle shoes because, like a saddle, they're worn directly underneath the butt. Ride the ground like a horse.
Wow, that's tough. What do the pipe shoes do?
They make you roll.
Hmm. Were you able to use that end before?
No. A shelf covered with various greasy metal objects. 2 anarchists' hardware. Battered toolbox crowbar.
You should open a museum for those pipe bombs.
There's a car door leaning against the wall. Grab it. Chopped off car door.
It's been converted into a shield.
Deal your muscle and physical damage and reduce an opponent's mysticality by 3 once per fight.
That seems like a really good offhand weapon for a mixed gang.
Poster says, antifreeze is delicious, but it's poison.
That's true. Legendarily, it tastes like lime Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm. Fancy combat items. Vigor Inhaler.
Hey, HP and solvent spray are ridiculously powerful, aren't they? Sheesh.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, solvent spray is equivalent to that one thing you have that's a better version of the clownhorn. Or not clownhorn, duck call. Hunter duck call.
That only targets one thing at a time.
Oh, okay. I thought the uncursed stopwatch did everyone.
Mm-mm.
I probably completed it with the inside-out ring. Crimes every day.
A bunch of repair manuals for cars you've never heard of, except one of these books is about weapons instead of cars. Welding and wielding. Teaches advanced weapon repair techniques. You got a perk, Weapon Repair Aware. You know enough about weapon repair to tell when it's needed, but not quite enough to do anything about it. Weapon durability is unlocked.
Great. You've unlocked a whole new subsystem of the game.
You go to put the book away, but realized with your newfound knowledge that its spine is broken beyond repair, so you throw it away.
I wonder if the durability thing you can now, like, improve your weapons because they were broken the whole time or something.
An old school blacksmith's anvil. This must be where they work on really vintage cars. This car has not been noticeably chopped yet. Doors are locked. Need a wire coat hanger. There's nothing in that direction except tetanus. Well, the Crescent Throne is yours now. You could drag it back to your room if you wanted to. Okay, do that. The Crescent Throne, your birthright. Sit in it. You sit for a moment and reflect on both your power and your responsibilities. You gain an effect, Heavy is the Hand, +3 to ranged weapon attacks. You have surveyed your kingdom and decided which parts of it needs to be hit really hard with a throne wrench.
There's that cow skull over here you talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
What's the sparkly crystal from?
Crystal's Crystal Shop.
Ah. Okay.
Rub the crystal. Twinkling Fingers. +3 to magical weapon attacks.
That's useful.
Yeah. Some of that crystal's magic is rubbed off on you, specifically on the fingers part of you. Good.
There's the Goblin's Glockenspiel.
Mm-hmm.
And a weird spiky wood guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And I need a shovel, and I don't know where to find it.
Hmm. Can you buy one from the war surplus? It sounds like they should have a shovel.
They don't.
Uh,
Closest thing they have is a spork.
have you sold your extra grease guns?
No, I haven't. I don't really need the money, though.
Can you break them down to parts? Oh, also, have you... no, you just got it, yeah. There might be something interesting from examining one of your weapons.
Oh?
Since the durability system has been unlocked, there might be something to be gained from seeing if something needs repair.
Where? 10 out of 15. Crowbar, 0 out of 17.
I can assume 0 means it's pristine.
Yeah.
Barbecue tongs are pricey, but it is. What? Okay, it's a gag and they never actually capture that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Funny. Typical Loathing game garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, have you tried the fruit jerky yet?
Yes, I have.
I'm gonna try it too. Wonder how it is.
It was pretty good.
It looks untrustworthy.
Why?
It supposedly contains nothing but the fruit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What are the black spots?
I didn't notice black spots in mine.
None like that?
No. It's probably just little bits of skin that got in there.
Skin. Isn't the skin of a pineapple famously inedible?
I mean, a tiny bit all blended up like that is probably not going to do anything.
Why are they heavily armed young and never?
That's the same one. It's my new companion.
Oh.
Where can I find a shovel? I'm really surprised that the hardware store didn't have a shovel. I didn't find one in the mine either. Ugh.
Oh, a whole different area.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they have a pet stove?
Store.
Oh. That's not. Ah. Why would it be there? That's confusing.
You see your past self coming up the road towards you, and remember that 300 meat that 300 meat you owe you. Maybe you ought to pay that back so the paradox doesn't destroy causality or anything. You stroll up to yourself and hand him 300 meat. As expected, he's a bit puzzled by this. You'll be baking meat more easily later. Yeah. Continue on your way.
Wait, what? Oh my goodness, you still have arachnophilia on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a magic weapon or a...
Hmm?
Oh, you're on bars on this and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like... I saw shoot and thought you'd use your APO. Molly Buttons. Did you get her from the mom?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apparently that's for farming fungus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think there's somewhere at the lake that you would expect to find at a lake that you might not have unlocked yet somehow.
You find a decaying nightstand. Oh yeah, this one. 2 matches.
Because what's a common thing people do at lakes?
Boat.
What might they do on a boat? From a boat.
Jello shots?
What? No, what might they do from a boat that you've done in like toilets and spittoons and things?
Pee?
Barrels. You just ate 1/2 of a whole organic pineapple. That was quite the compressed pineapple. Wait, pee? Seriously? Fountains! Ooh, impenetrable slack. That makes a nice thing.
A squirrel brings a large uncracked nut to you for assistance. This takes a lot of humility for a squirrel. Your powerful hands pulverize the nut completely. The squirrel snorts the powder off your shoe and you worry you've set him on a bad path.
Squirrel drugs.
The stench of death hangs heavily from the trees in this glade, but this is curious. On the forest floor, a handful of standing stones is displaced, scattered with no regard to order. Arrange the stones. With the stones arranged in the pattern of a thumbs up, the trees are visibly rejuvenated.
Thumbs up!
Your future self turns up again, this time lugging an old wooden crate. Here, take these. Huh? These what? It's a case of antique bandages. They'll come in handy. But I can't use them. I'll have to keep them so I can foist them off on another me's to close the loop. You're just sticking me with a pointless errand I'll have to do later. No, dummy. You use these ones, then ask Charles Wallace for the crate of old bandages that Murray left in the storeroom. That's where I got these. But didn't you get them from yourself, like I'm doing now? No, I used those. Look, just take them. Jeez, you've got a lot to learn about causality.
We did.
Okay, fine, jeez.
Okay, so maybe you're at the lake, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So, what have you done into anything filled with fluid?
The lighthouse?
No, what action have you done into various things filled with fluid, including a toilet, a barrel, a fountain?
Okay, fish.
Yes. People often fish at lakes.
They don't often fish into spittoons, though. That's...
No, I was trying to bring you to fish. The
okay.
concept of fishing at a lake.
Okay,
Lakeside fishing.
I haven't fished in spittoons in this game.
I thought you had.
No.
Huh.
Junk mail?
Junk mail.
Paperclip? Junk mail is a new technology that allows trash to be distributed to everybody so that we can all share the effort of throwing it away. Paperclip. From multinational treaties to fourth grade homework assignments, the humble paperclip has dutifully girded our sheaves since whenever the humble paperclip was invented. Increase a target stench armor by 3.
what might a lake that people fish at have to facilitate the people showing up to fish?
Docks?
What else?
Bait shop?
Yeah!
Okay.
That might exist somewhere.
You find some spider webs stretched across your path. As you move to brush them away, you notice runic patterns woven into the webs. Is it spider writing? You determine that the runes are spider speak for send flies. While you're surprised to learn that spiders can write, you're unsurprised to learn that the writing is so pedestrian.
I sort of wonder if maybe wandering isn't going to unlock it.
It should.
Well, that's okay. There's another place you can find one.
You pull up short, having nearly walked straight into a huge spider web while you weren't paying attention. Although I guess some part of you was paying attention. Good job, whatever part that was. You turn and head in another direction and soon find yourself stopped by another big spider web. So you turn around and try another direction. Nope, that path ends in a big spider web as well. Looks like the attention-paying part of you wasn't paying enough of it to keep you from getting lost in a huge spiderweb maze. Maybe in the future you should pay attention to these things yourself instead of just delegating. Solve the maze. With some careful mental mapping, you eventually manage to navigate your way out of the maze. Somewhere nearby you hear a chittering noise that is probably the spider equivalent of shucks. You happen upon a small rest stop type area just off the path with a rickety old picnic bench and a square brick bunker that is presumably a public toilet, although a sign on the door says out of order, blah blah blah, check the meat return slot. Continue on your way.
But yeah, a place that might have old disused metal implements could potentially have a shovel.
I've already explored the junkyard, like completely. Hold on, I need more drink.
I think there may be a wren.
Yeah, first room of the junkyard, or... That's not the bait shop at all.
What?
In the past? What?
Yes.
Okay, I don't even know why the past pet shop would have a shovel that
Somewhere nearby, you hear singing, a languid, sultry, wordless tune that makes your feet turn of their own accord and lead you off the path and deeper into the forest. Your senses feel numbed, as though you're walking through a thick fog and it's getting difficult to, brain. After a short time, you arrive at the edge of a small clearing. A pale woman in a long red dress is lounging on a rock, shaded by the branches overhead. She smiles when she sees you and reaches out her hand, gesturing for you to approach. Your feet start to shuffle forward.
A forest siren? What the heck?
Resist her call. You grit your teeth in concentration and shake your head violently. The fog clears from your mind just enough to give you one more move. That move is to flip the woman a very rude two-handed gesture. Her eyes widen in shock and she stops singing. With that, you manage to wrest enough control over your feet to turn and run away with your hands over your ears. Phew! Oh hey, that's your past self over there. Here's your chance to hand over that crate of old bandages. But wait a sec. It occurs to you that you haven't gotten the crate of bandages from Charles yet. The crate you have now is the one the future you gave you, and he said he used those. Won't giving yourself these bandages screw up the timeline? Better not. Yeah, it's probably safer not to improvise with stuff like this. Gotta remember to get that crate from Charles, though. Continue on your way.
These?
bee box.
Critters and different pets. Kitty! Have you found a cat that's more powerful than the cat that we...
Nope.
Yeah, it was kind of a hidden cat, so...
This radio is tuned to a wind chime station.
I see it being a little OP.
What do you feed these? Oh, you don't have to worry about regular food. They'll graze or scavenge for whatever. They're very resourceful. Well, that's certainly convenient. If you want to soup them up a bit, though, make them really beefy, I sell some specially formulated familiar chow. I'm a little uncomfortable with the use of words like soup and beef in a pet store, but okay. Tell me about that special chow. I've got 3 bags of familiar chow left. Familiar chow is specially formulated to beef up your buddies. Want to buy a bag? Just 100 meat? Sure, I'll take one. 1 bag of familiar chow coming right up. More like going right down to your familiar's gullet. Haha. Thank you, Greta. Tell me more about the snake. Sure, I have lots of meat. The snake needs a name. Slithery D. I actually kind of like that.
Her cat is named Dottie, and initially is described as scrawny. I guess you can introduce mice to that hole or something.
Not sure how.
So outside of, there apparently is a live bait. Have you met anyone named Brady?
Brady? No? You push through the woods and into a small clearing and discover a group of 3 vampires, because apparently you aren't allowed to discover anything good in any of these clearings. Well, I say 3 vampires, but there's 1 vampire, 1 bat, and 1 small cloud, so it could just be a vampire, her pet bat, and the leftovers of a bean's lunch. I assure you, we are all 3 vampires. Oh crap, she heard me. Talk to them. What's the deal here? Are you demonstrating the vampire evolutionary line or something? What? You know, like the bat evolved out of the cloud and then the humanoid vampire evolved out of the bat? No, it's... Is a bat a caveman vampire? No, if anything, this is more like the 3 states of vampire matter. What? You know, solid, liquid, and gas. Bats are liquid? Look, the metaphor is not a perfect one. Are we going to fight or what?
Not enough marks to keep up this chicanery. You can poison a vampire?
Apparently.
What the?
Hmm?
Oh, you have a new cheese attack.
Yes.
How sleazy. Okay, I understand that there's vampires. I understand why there's a spider. What's with the mushroom?
They're just around in this forest.
Okay.
Will that hurt it at all? Yes, it will.
How did the spider? Little.
That was Harpo.
So, there should be some. Let's see, you're not a jazz agent. There should be someone named Grady outside in the past.
Where?
Okay, so Greta's in the present. Grady's in the past. What?
I don't have a way of getting to the past at the pet shop.
Do you have a way of getting to the pet shop in the past?
No. That's the same thing.
I mean, can you go to the past somewhere else and then walk to the pet shop?
No.
I've missed much and don't know how this works.
At least I'm pretty sure not. It seemed that way before. Okay, so
Door that goes past.
there doesn't seem to be anything on the other side of this door. Each past area is its own isolated little island.
Huh. And that door. There's a room full of. It's like a hub. Can you.
Hmm? No, there's just doors.
No, in the past. Is there just one?
Those are just regular doors, not attached to anything.
It looks like something's befallen this place. Can you do something to prevent a fire?
It was termites. And no, I can't.
Can you prevent the... Very helpful. Let's see. You helped Grady in the past stock up. Oh! Well, that's silly. What's our restore offer you?
Battery, comfy hat lining, fuse, match, self-adhesive rivets, sharpening stone, steel-toed boots, used plunger.
Yeah. Is there nothing for Ren?
Oh, in the past there is.
Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd come back to the present again.
Yes. Ask about outhouse rentals. I mean, you're renting out outhouses? Yeah, at least I was. Now that indoor plumbing's starting to get popular, there's no market for them anymore. Just got the new one left, and after that I'm calling it quits on putting up new ones. Can I rent the last one? Oh yeah, sure thing. It'll be 200 meat up front for the installation and half that each month afterward for maintenance.
Ew.
What maintenance do you do?
What do you think?
I dump some powdered lime down the hole, clean out the ventilation pipes, and check for splinters. And once the pit starts to get full, I'll move the outhouse over a couple of yards and dig a new one for you. Plus, you get a free subscription to the local newspaper. Great. Where do you want me to put it?
I believe you know what to do.
The pet store, I guess. Pet store? Oh, haha, you must mean the bait shop. Love that sense of humor you got. Pet worms. Alrighty, I'll get the pit dug tomorrow and have the outhouse finished the day after. What else can I do for you?
Ooh, more slime.
An outdoor time toilet. Flush yourself to the past. Grady's live bait.
We've done it.
This must be Grady.
I think there's something weird in that barrel.
Hello and welcome to Grady's Live Bait. I'm Grady and this is my bait shop. Nice to meet you, Grady. Can I see what's for sale? Sure, can I interest you in some minnows? Minnows? Yep, they wriggle quite vigorously, I assure you. Irresistible to hungry fish. No, I don't want any minnows. Well, that's alright. Maybe you'd like to look at our grasshoppers then? No, I don't think so. No grasshoppers, gotcha. What about a nice handful of grubs? Plump and juicy. Gross, no. Okay, then how about some leeches? Chock full of blood. This is awful. Well, if none of those strike your fancy, I think maybe you're not actually in the market for any live bait. I think you're right. Anything you need help with by any chance? Well, I'm always looking for people to dig up night crawlers for me. What are night crawlers? He reaches under the counter and pulls out a handful of wriggling worms, which he then waves in your face. Yeah, worms! You will never forget that smell. Interested in doing some worm hunting? Sure, I'll get you some gross worms. Good deal. Dig up, let's call it 5. 5 good-sized night crawlers, and I'll make it worth your while. Here, you'll need this. How will I know where to dig? Just follow your nose. You want another another sniff to refresh your memory? He starts to reach under the counter again. No, I've got it. I'll be back when I have your worms.
Worms!
It's a barrel of wriggling, slimy grubs. Barrel of chum. You do not want to be pals with it. This barrel is sealed, but from the smell you'd say it's full of decaying shellfish.
Ew.
This barrel is full of dirt, but you're sure there's something nasty hiding in it.
Probably worms.
This one's full of pickles, probably for catching those fish that like eating pickles. Barrel of miscellaneous useful entrails. There's a mousetrap set up here. Disarm it. Disarm the mousetrap. Grady frowns. Hey, what's the big idea? I just hate traps. Grady frowns. He walks over, resets the mousetrap, frowns again, and goes back behind the counter. Sneakily disarm it. Click. Tee-hee-hee. The mousetrap is disarmed, and Grady has no idea. This patch of ground smells like night crawlers. Dig. You dig up the terrible creature and shove it in your pocket. Got an item. Plump night crawler.
They're just big earthworms. They're not that gross.
Few things have as big a delta between how cool the thing is and how cool the name is than the night crawler.
Yeah, they're just worms. Ordinary, segmented earthworms.
A wormhole. One that you dug, not some sort of rend in time and space.
Well, disappointing. There's a recent creepy horror game about like a fishing cabin gone wrong that has a very goofy and upbeat worm gathering minigame.
A fat, happy-looking cat lounges here. Pet it.
Yay!
You give the cat a little scratch behind its ears and it begins to loudly purr. Aw, she likes you. Her name's Dottie, by the way. Pet her now. Dottie's boon plus 1 moxie. Nope, keep my current boon.
Sorry, Dottie. None of you cats are anywhere near as powerful as the secret cat.
Mm-hmm.
The only cat that's vaguely, potentially more useful in maybe a situation or another is the one that gives you armor instead. Defense cap. So there are 7 locations around Crystal Dream Lake. It's got worms. Have fun with the worms.
Have fun with the worms. A trio of figures in hooded white robes step out of the trees around you. It's hard to tell if the robes contain person-shaped shadow monsters, or if they're regular people whose faces are concealed by the shadows of their hoods. Well, not that regular people go around wearing hooded robes very often anyway, and whichever it is, it doesn't seem like they have good intentions. Hey, what's your deal? Well, that clears that right up.
What are you guys? Well, now we have a spider and you don't.
Dual stabbing action.
Spooky damage. And 6 cold damage. The mosquito's named Drac, but he's not stealing that HP in this plan.
He does. It's just he steals HP to give to me.
Oh. What's the sweating guy option? I have mine up. Okay. I saw the text, but I didn't realize it connected it to the case. Spooky armor. That's useless because you're not using spooky damage. Jeez. Have some cheese.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, cool. There's arms now. It's 2 to all stats. Good. It does better. Why was that so far? That was gross, but thanks, John.
You won! All the black smoke leaks out of the robes pretty quickly after they're beaten, so you don't get the chance to question them any further. Not that it probably would have been any more effective than the first time. Drac the mosquito grows stronger. Nice.
Oh yeah, have you fed the mosquito your chow?
No, I haven't. Yo. That's nice.
Potions?
Yes. Nice. Okay, well, it wasn't there. Cave.
Are you looking for worms?
Uh-huh.
You ever find a decaying day stand?
I've only found one day stand.
Enough of the bandages! Worms.
Here we go. Any more night crawlers down in here?
In the depths of what funky mind? Cool, Geo.
Mm-hmm.
I take it you did some psychology on that particular rock?
No.
Really?
Yeah. I did some explodology on it, though.
I see. Meat hole.
Meat hole. Meat hole?
Squirrel with moving fingers. Is that a reference to the video game Squirrel with a Gun? Damn.
Shadow spiders.
Do you think like kill snakes?
Ow!
Ooh. Jeez, shotgun. Can you unpoison yourself?
Won't matter.
A little flower in the middle there.
Mm-hmm.
That's something for a certain class, isn't it?
I forget.
Worms.
Astworms. You don't know when you are, much less where.
You're at the future side of the dam. Yeah, apparently the first room of the junkyard also had a shovel.
The trees in this clearing are tagged for felling. Seems some big city construction company plans on crafting a giant crossbow to kill God. What?
What?
Not today, big city construction company. Not today.
What?
I don't know.
Worms?
Worms. Actually. Oh yeah, I can't go outside at the past hardware store.
Have you actually asked worms?
Yeah. Fairy worms?
Ah, fey houses.
Mm-hmm. No fairy worms. Beppo's hole.
Like the character from Count of Amontillado?
I beg your pardon?
The Cask of Monte Cristo. Is there a character named Beppo? feeling they still ghosts instead of ghouls.
All 7 night crawlers.
They call the night. I think you needed 5.
Yep. But you said there were 7.
I did.
Fantastic. This is even more than I asked for. As promised, honest pay for honest work. You can't help but think that revolting pay would be more appropriate, but Grady beats you to that thought by pulling a flower pot out from behind the counter and handing it to you with a grin. You got an item, potted nightcrawler. Thank him and leave. A nightcrawler in a vessel full of its own food, which is also its own waste.
Didn't do anything?
I think it's an item from my shelf back in my room.
You to just sit there.
Yeah. And look at me.
In spite of not having eyes because it's a worm. It's just worming though.
Just worming. Fairy fight.
Stole that from the. Does that fairy have a gun? Is that fairy creature attacking you with a tiny gun? Slash Thanatopsis, yes, that's what I saw.
Yep, fairy gunmother.
I wonder if she's connected to Molly Buttons in AI. Have some cheese. Cheese. Hey, cool, another weapon like your weapon's weapon. And fairy dust, which I'm sure isn't drugs. Molly wanted to talk to you for some reason outside of that.
No, I didn't see
Hey, Buck,
that.
over here, just-
What's up, working on your dance moves? Sure, kinda. Except this dance ain't about cutting a rug. She makes a sharp gesture and the blade of her flick knife snaps open. It's about cutting an enemy of some sort. See? Right, yeah, I get it. Molly will now act earlier in combat.
Cool. It's about cutting a second. Cutting a scrub.
Changed my mind about where to put the outhouse. That cave full of mushrooms. Mushroom cave? That's an odd choice. Nobody goes mushroom picking there anymore on account of the monsters. Monsters? Yeah, well, that's the rumor. You ask me, someone just ate the wrong kind of mushroom and got a bad case of the giblies. Anyway, I'll get the pit dug tomorrow and have the outhouse finished the day after. What else can I do for you?
Gibber, 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 gibber. Come on over here.
Cave.
Oh, yes, you may find that there's something strange available at the pet store now. That's a big spinner. Oh wow, she's going first.
Yeah, apparently.
Anything you need, Captain?
These guys aren't very...
Is there a muscle user amongst them? Knife there might be a muscle user. How about a spider? It's a mysticality-based spider? You're possibly Moxie.
Overall, the Tommy spray, I think, is more effective. Yeah, I'm getting strunk. Non-violence appears to be a non-option here. Violence, then. No, she didn't. That's unfortunate.
Additional muscle guy, some doesn't.
Not out here, I can't.
Oh right, you're not in town.
Yeah.
No, we turned some solid base. Mushroom spear.
Mushman Spear. Muscle +3 physical damage. Like the story of its acquisition, this spear is long and painful, and nobody at the coffee shop is interested in it. More malevolent moving mushroom men. Massacre.
So I guess you avoid attacking this blood spore?
Till the end, I guess, yeah.
Good choice, guy. Go for the healer.
Ow.
Couple of little guys.
You have once again asserted the superiority of mammals over mushrooms. Mushroom cap. +1 mysticality. It's a cap in 2 different senses. I'll have to take that to the hat photographer.
Mm.
The third and final group of hostile fungi. Knock the spores out of them.
I was wondering where that guy was going.
Going? Yeah. Do this once. Do this to get rid of the spider. Do that to the feeder. And weapon attack to the poisoner. Ah, dang. Nice.
This mother tries to give birth, but there's no room at the inn.
I missed that.
Oh, jeez. Fumbles.
Overkill, but that's fine. Here we go. You have reduced the number of ambulatory mushrooms in this cave to 0. 0 is the proper number. Ooh. Based on its unnatural appearance and aura, you'd say this is the source of the bad mushroom magic. Wait first. Whoever misplaced this axe apparently did not know that trees do not generally grow in caves. Woodcutting axe. Nice.
3 bleeding. Yeah, so it's like the leaf, but better.
Here we go.
Poof.
No more evil men.
And now, I can enter the cave in the present.
Yay.
There are
Glowy.
glowy shrooms.
Things definitely look more wholesome here.
Mm-hmm. Much more manageable. I imagine those glowy shrooms are going to be important for some reason. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. I just haven't discovered a reason for them to be important yet, so I can't interact with them.
This works again.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think you have the moxie to keep with.
Nope, I don't.
Ah, ice spider.
Ice spider with my little lighter.
Procedures we forgot. Oh, goodness.
Ow!
The spiders are dangerous.
Yes, they are. Sandwich Museum. I've already got a pretty state-of-the-art toilet facility there, but, well, never hurts to have a backup, I suppose. Alright, I'll get the pit dug tomorrow and have the outhouse finished the day after.
Especially in the event of a backup.
Hey, regular plunger. You know, intellectually, that a brand new one of these is not, cannot be. You know intellectually that a brand new one of these is not, cannot be dirty. This knowledge does not change anything.
I've played with plungers at hardware stores before. Like, there's nothing gross about it until they're used. Aside from possibly dust. Sometimes there's dust.
This outhouse has another one of those time portals in it because it's apparently impossible for us to make a game that doesn't include a blatant Day of the Tentacle reference. Love it. Village of Sandwich. Somebody led this horse to this water, but the horse is finishing the job itself. A water trough, fulfilling its destiny of hydrating a horse. Go ye fish. Better not, you might accidentally give the horse a lip piercing, and who even knows how long it'll be before those are fashionable.
Aww.
This discarded newspaper says it's March 3rd, 1692. That's a few days before the last entry in that diary from Putnam House. Oh, hello, come right in. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Not at all, I'm always glad to have visitors when my husband is out riding the circuit. My name's Clumsy Robot. A pleasure, I'm Teresa Danforth. A handmade bed, which has been made, presumably also by hand. Bunch of barrels.
It must be the Cooper.
What an unusual outfit. Whereabouts are you from? I guess you could say I'm from Ocean City? Oh, the big city. That must be much more exciting than our little village. Don't sell this place short. The city is more modern, that's all. You said your husband's riding the circuit? What's that mean? He's a judge for the county. Most of the little towns out this way are too small to have their own courthouse and judge, so they save up their legal matters and Clarence rides around to settle things once a month or so. That must take a while. Does it get lonely while he's away? Oh, our boy Tom and I keep each other company well enough. What's with all the barrels? We won a year's supply of cream at the last county fair. Didn't expect them to give it to us all at once. None of us even particularly care for cream. Would you care for a ladleful? Or even a whole barrel? No thanks, I'm good. Talk to you later. No secret passage. There is zero reason for you to expect there to be one. A nice clean wash basin, as one would hope it would be.
Fish!
Handful of clean water.
So strange.
Not much sign of potion brewing here, unless tea counts. This kid's a real reader. All the titles look pretty boring, though. The door to this house is locked. If only you had some way to unlock things that are locked.
Okay.
Fish and well. You gain 1 meat.
One might conceivably gain actual fish.
It's meat.
Meat might be flown with fish.
It looks like you've caught everything that was here. Today is the trial of Patricia Williams, who stands accused of stealing Tom Danforth's pocket watch, making a dumb-looking doll, writing Peter Proctor as a stinky, rude bird head on the wall of the outhouse. Huh. A group of 3 kids is gathered around a little girl holding an odd doll. Order, order, come on, if we're gonna have a trial, we've got to do it properly. I don't see why we've got to have a dumb old trial anyway, we all know she's guilty. I didn't do anything. Why are you so mean to me? 'Cause you're weird and an outsider. I only live half a mile down the road. I was born here. Yeah, but your family's outsiders. Your father wasn't born here. My family's been here for like 60 generations. Closer to 4, actually, but the larger point stands. The little girl bursts into tears. Hey, you kids, what's going on here? Huh? Who are you? I've never seen you around here before. My name's Clumsy. I'm a traveler. Well, we're having a trial for that crybaby Patricia. I'm Tom, the judge, and that's Delia, the jury, and Peter's the executioner. Executioner? Holy geez, kid. Well, we're not gonna literally execute her, probably. My pa says you shouldn't decide on the punishment till after the conviction. Uh-huh. Well, how's it going? Not great. Patricia just keeps crying instead of presenting any kind of proper defense. I see. Mister, will you be my attorney? Attorney. Will you be attorney? Well, that's a good idea, actually. Then you can present the case, and she can cry as much as she wants. How's she gonna pay for it? My father ain't gonna lend attorney fees to some slanderizing crybaby.
Slanderizing.
I guess I'll do it pro bono. Oh, thank you.
You're accusing this poor girl of slanderization.
So, what's the trial about? The defendant stands accused of 3 crimes: stealing Tom Danforth's, that is, my, gold pocket watch, defacing the public outhouse with a very rude slogan about Peter Proctor, and making a weird doll. I didn't do any of those things. You've got the doll right there. Look, it's got 3 arms. That's weird. But it was regular when I made it. She starts crying again. Okay, what do I need to do? Well, we're at the part of the trial when the defense would submit evidence that contradicts one of the charges. I'll be right back. You can't just leave. We're in the middle of a trial. Yeah, but what if I have to go? That's what I'm saying. You can't. No, I mean, what if I have to go? You know? Oh, well, look, kid, I can't just unload in the middle of a church. Jeez, mister. All right, fine. I hereby suspend the trial for a short recess. Thanks.
Hold it!
A regular church altar. One of the kids has left a gloopy jam sandwich lying on the corner.
Sandwich declared.
What?
It's a sandwich for the Lord now.
The sign reads, Sandwich Gazebo, vagrants not welcome. That's not very friendly. Vandalize it. You look around and make sure nobody's watching and scratch the nod off of the sign. Take that, authority. If you like this tub of daisies, I have good news. There are 2 others just like it. This leads down into a root cellar, presumably. The doors are locked with an expensive German combination lock requiring a 5-letter word.
Farts.
No.
Fair. Oh, I want you to be fierce. Lens. Flu. Refuse. Fugue. Fluid. What?
Looks like this chessboard was abandoned mid-game. You consider the board for a moment, then make a move. Now white is winning. Too bad, black. It's an array depicting several heiresses. Hide behind it. You hide behind the array, hoping the Proctors aren't genealogically Danish. Fortunately, Mrs. Proctor doesn't seem to have noticed your move. Her conversation gradually returns to a less hushed, more easily eavesdroppable volume. Drop those eaves. Did I mention we've been picking out some new furniture for the bedrooms? Oh, really? Yes, bureaus and armoires and such. I found a delightful little nightstand for Peter's room. It even has a secret compartment in it for when he's older and needs to hide sinful lithographs from us. How charming. How interesting. Excuse me, can I help you with something? No thanks, I'm fine. What I'm getting at is, why are you in my house? Oh, I'm just, looking around? Look, I'm not one to be inhospitable to uninvited guests, even total strangers, but I do have company at the moment, so if you'll excuse me? Oh, sure, no problem. Mrs. Proctor shoots you a stern look. Fortunately, she's too genteel to just throw you the heck out of her house. She returns to her conversation, though at a level too hushed for you to hear.
I'll let you derp upstairs.
A state-of-the-art toilet facility. You poke your head inside. There's some graffiti scratched on the wall. Peter Proctor is a stinky duty head.
Maybe that's the cherry one.
I ran into Tom at the church, playing with the other kids. He seems like a real smart cookie. Oh my, yes, he takes after his father. Always got his nose in a book. It'd be nice if they got to spend more time together, but the pocket watch Clarence got Tom for his birthday has helped. Pocket watch? Yes, a fine gold pocket watch to help keep track of when he'd be back, Clarence said. Tom really cherishes it. You know, the boy said he wants to be buried with that watch. Buried with it? Wow. Your husband's still out riding the circuit? Indeed, Clarence will be gone for many days, but our boy Tom and I keep each other company well enough. Talk to you later.
You have some grave robbing you do, I wonder.
You filled the dish with the thick cream and Hecate starts going to town on it. Or Cat A. Better now.
What power does she have?
+3 hot armor. Yeah, keep my current one. Beautiful.
Is it the 3-armed one?
Nope. This is boring. Gazebo. Looks like that change you made to the sign had an effect. There's a hobo hanging out here eating sandwich cream right out of the jar. Hi there. Enjoying the sandwich cream? Sure am. Can't get enough of this stuff. That's probably why everyone calls me Creamy Steve. Probably, yeah. Best sandwich cream in the tri-state area right here. It's a traditional recipe. Ask him about hobo code. Do you know any hobo code, Creamy Steve? Sure, I know 2 words. Is one of them cream? Yep, and the other one is here.
Here be creamed.
Tell them about the hobo camp. You know, there's a hobo camp over by Ocean City. I bet they'd be interested in this cream. Oh, huh, you think so? I'd love to share this with other like-minded individuals. Sure, you could set up an extremely specific trade route. Sold. Creamy Steve runs into the gift shop to get some more cream for the road. Okay, then. Nice gazebo. You look into the tub and wonder what a magic potion made of daisies would do. Make someone nice? Didn't this house have a cellar? Ooh, what's this? These ancient chalk marks are mostly rubbed away and indiscernible, but they might once have been part of an ancient ritual circle. In the middle of the circle, you see the broken pieces of an old pocket watch. Was there actual witchcraft going on here after all? Spooky.
Seems like the culprit was Delia.
Mm-hmm.
She made the weird doll. She broke the watch. And she didn't like Peter very much.
This velvet rope is keeping you out of Peter's room, despite the fact that you have legal authority to search it, kind of. A half-eye dressing mirror. Custom child height window. Wow, this kid had his very own sculpture of a toy box. It's solid mahogany. This child's bed from 100 years ago is still nicer than any bed you've ever owned. The only thing inside is a sheet of paper listing several things that have been taken away by the Historical Society for Restoration and Cataloging. A bag of fancy glass marbles and steel ball bearings, a fake spider made of horsehair and copper wire, stuff like that. Nothing that seems relevant to the trial. Check the hidden compartment. You reach inside the drawer and feel around until you find the little catch that makes the secret compartment pop open. Oh ho, what's this? Severed ragdoll arm. Huh, what is this?
The third arm.
Looks like it's Phoenix right here. Yes. Where's my effect?
Oh, they smell weird.
Oh, are those the... Oh, interesting. Hmm.
Hot box, of course.
I have evidence concerning the doll, I guess? That doesn't sound very evidential. What did you find? Well, I found this little arm that looks like it was torn off a rag doll. But if Patricia's already has 3... Let me see. Oh yes, this is mine, look. Patricia holds up her doll, showing you the stitches where she fixed the hole left by the torn-off arm. Wait, your doll was originally a regular four-armed doll? A regular four-armed one? Uh-huh, I made it based on yours because I thought it was neat. Hang on, a four-armed doll is regular in 1692? Not everywhere, but around here, yeah. I get so bored. I wanted something different, so I made a doll with 4 arms. But I'm not allowed to be different, so I had to tell Ma and Pa it was the regular fashion for dolls, and I don't know, it just became a thing. I think I get it. So you were mad because you thought Patricia had out-differented you by having an asymmetric doll. Yeah, I'm sorry, Patricia, that wasn't fair. Your doll's really good. I like it better than mine. Aw, thanks. I forgive you, Delia. Our dolls can hug and make up. Hee. Say, that's funny. I just noticed the fabric on the missing arm has gone all stiff. Like it's really old or something. Oh, and I'm wondering why you said in 1692 like that. Well, I guess I might as well come clean. I time-traveled here from the future. Well that would explain it then. I expected a little more pushback on that, to be honest. Where did you actually find the arm? You haven't really resolved what happened. I found it in... Who cares? It's just a stupid rag doll. If your parents had any money, you two could have real dolls instead of making your own out of trash.
Kid.
I found it in a secret compartment in Peter's nightstand. Why, you... Yeah, that figures. Not surprising in the least. Charge dismissed. So what's left? Since you solved the matter of the doll, Patricia's just accused of stealing my pocket watch and vandalizing the outhouse. I'll be right back. What? Again? You have some kind of guts problem? Yeah, I must have eaten some bad whatever people eat in the late 17th century. Okay, we'll try and get it all out this time. I hereby suspend the trial for a short recess. Thanks. What else do I have to find?
The evidence for the watch. Oh, maybe you need to find a combination. It's like you've dug down into the past and found...
I found the remains of the watch.
And whatever the heck was going on with the daisies? They might not matter.
No, they don't. White is winning, representing the triumph of the witch hunters over the town's terrifying witch cult.
Oh yes, because you screwed up that earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Sparkling tapestry. Is there any indication of like what
Five-letter
5-letter German word? Presumably German.
Scheiße.
That's way more than 5 letters. Oops.
I don't suppose prove as a cognitive, is it?
I don't know. Old jam. Note the bloodstains.
Plinth, you say? Wrapping paper.
Huh. I mean, a quest item, so that'll be definitely be something.
So what do you think you need to make a rubbing?
It's just...
Yes.
For your records.
Yep, will be a B.
Uh-huh.
Ta-da!
You look over your shoulder and see the guard watching you. You're going to have to distract him if you want to get away with tearing a page out of this book, and then get away with the page you tore out of the book. Look into... Sorry, sir, I just get paid to stand here and keep an eye on things. I don't actually know anything about the exhibits. What? I can't even... Yeah.
I guess how it's gonna work.
No.
What you can do is find ways to distract him. Can you mess with that doll there?
You discreetly pulled a bunch of the pins out of the doll and dropped them on the floor. Fortunately, it isn't quiet enough in here for the guard to have heard that.
I made a mess. Hey buddy, I made a mess.
A bunch of pins fell out of that doll. Sorry, sir, I just get paid to... What did you say? Some of the pins fell out of that weird voodoo doll or whatever. That might be dangerous. Someone could step on them. Oh, jeez. He goes over to the display and starts picking pins up off the floor. Nice. You clear your throat loudly to cover the sound of the paper tearing and stuff it up your sleeve while flipping back to the front of the book. Of evidence that proves Patricia didn't write the graffiti. I have here 2 pieces of paper. This one is a rubbing from the outhouse showing the graffiti in question. Peter Proctor is a stinky... Yes, that's the graffiti in question, all right. My father basically owns this crummy town. You won't get away with this slander, Patricia. Technically, it's libel, not slander. What's the other piece of paper? This is a page from someone's diary. Someone who clearly thinks Peter Proctor is a stinky duty head. And if you compare the handwriting to the graffiti, they're a perfect match. Wow, they sure are. Whose diary is this from? The diary this came from belongs to Delia Putnam. What? Give me that. She snatches the diary page away from you. Wait a minute. I don't remember writing this. Hey, this is dated 3 days from now. The paper is really old, too. What's going on here? I already told you guys, I'm from the future. I stole this from a museum. My diary was in a museum? Wow. So you admit that I wrote the graffiti? Yeah, whatever. It isn't libel if it's true, right? Hey. Yes, that's correct. And in any case, the charge against Patricia is hereby dropped.
Wait, are you... So the court admits that Peter Putnam is in fact a stinky duty head. This is on record and will serve as precedent going forward.
You do owe someone an apology, though, Delia. Yeah. Not you, duty head. He means Patricia. Sorry, Patricia. It was Peter I was mad at. I didn't mean to get you in trouble for it. It's okay. He is a duty head. Hey! What's next? The only thing left is the matter of whether or not Patricia stole my pocket watch. She really doesn't seem like the kind of girl who'd steal something, Tom. I didn't. I'd never. I mean, it's definitely gone. I looked everywhere. Delia wouldn't have taken it because she thinks gold is tacky, and Peter wouldn't because he already has 3. Patricia starts to cry again. I'd be real surprised if Patricia took it, but that doesn't prove anything. That's why we're having a trial, to find out. I'll be right back. Are you serious? I would not subject myself to this humiliation in front of a bunch of kids if it weren't serious. Good grief, fine. I hereby suspend the trial for a short recess. Thanks. Oh! There's a cemetery up here. Beatrice Proctor. Elisha Proctor. Proctor, our town founder. Joseph Putnam. Mary Ann Putnam. Bartholomew Danforth. Patience Danforth. Let's,
You managed to acquire a second throwing paper. For reasons. It says it's optional, but I'm sure that just means it's funny.
Welcome to Sandwich Cemetery. Please be respectful of the graves. Also check out how many of them were terrifying witches who were executed in the witch trials of 1692. Thomas Danforth. Dig it up. Shovel.
Dig it up. Funk it up.
Well, look at that. Tom got his wish after all. Tom Danforth's pocket watch. Teresa Danforth, 1692. Clarence Danforth, 1692. Patience Danforth, Bartholomew Danforth. Delia Putnam, 1692. Millicent Putnam, 1692. John Putnam, 1692.
Sheesh, so the family was slammed.
Mary Ann Putnam, 1688. This tombstone is covered in lichen. Huh. Beatrice Proctor, 1691. Peter Proctor, 1692. He was a duty head until the very end. There's someone who will be very interested to see this, or at least that you will be very interested to see the look on his face when he sees this. Abigail Proctor, 1692. Elisha Proctor, 1689. Nicholas Proctor, 1866. What the heck? He lived to be 230 years old? His tombstone is engraved with hobo code. Hollow tombstone, possible treasure. You check inside the stone, and there is indeed some treasure. Satchel's lucky hat. 30% to meat drops. This thing is a solid gold hatband, and there's a tag inside that says property of Satchel Duggins, but help yourself if you find it in a hollow tombstone or something.
Oh, now you got your need blood to blow the case wide open.
Uh-huh.
The cut-off Winnie.
I have evidence that proves Patricia didn't steal the pocket watch.
Objection.
Well then, present it to the court. Here it is. This is your pocket watch, right? Hey, yeah, it is. Wow, thanks. Where did you find it? I'd rather not say. It isn't evidence if you don't tell us where you found it. It might have been in her house or something. All right. Well, I found it in your grave. What? I'm a time traveler. I'm a time traveler from the future. Remember, I heard your mom say that you love the pocket watch so much you want to be buried with it when you die. So I went back to my time and I dug up your grave to see if you were. And you were, and there it is. That's crazy. You're crazy. Possibly, but it's true. And the fact that you were buried with that watch, Tom, means that you eventually would have found it wherever you lost it, so Patricia didn't steal it. Tom squints at the watch in thought, then winds it and holds it up to his ear. It still works. Finest craftsmanship, still working after 236 years. They won't make them like that anymore. Okay, but this doesn't prove Patricia didn't take it. Maybe I found it in her house, or will give it back to me or something. Maybe, but it's a closed loop now. We can't ever know how you would have gotten your watch back, because now you got it back because I just gave it to you. And isn't that all you really wanted, was to get your watch back? You never really believed Patricia stole it. I would like to know what happened to it, but yeah, you're right. Sorry, Patricia. I hereby withdraw my accusation. Thanks. So where does that leave us? Everything's been accounted for. Congratulations, Patricia. You've been acquitted of all charges. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Mr. Clumsy. No problem. I was happy to help. Is there anything we can do for you in return? Well, there is one thing I'm curious about. Do you kids know anything about witches? Witches? You mean like black magic, consorting with the devil, that kind of thing? Yeah? Check out this rube who thinks witches are real. Yeah, that's just scary stories parents tell their children to make them go to bed on time. So no witches, no witch trials, nothing like that? No, not that I've ever heard of. And my dad travels the whole region on his court circuit. Okay, thanks. Kids are hanging around and chatting amicably. It's nice to see them all getting along. Show Peter the rubbing at his grave. Hey Peter, come here a sec. Huh? What do you want? I've got something to show you, from the future. Like I'd care about anything you have to show me from your dumb poor future. Oh, I think you'll be interested in this. You hold up the rubbing of his tombstone and waggle it in front of his face. Hello, I'm Peter's grave. Peter grabs the rubbing and stares at it. What? That's right, kid. Duty head. Right there on your own gravestone. That's what happens when nobody respects you, because you're an arrogant jerk to everybody all of the time. But you're young, and you've still got time to change. See what I'm saying? Okay, fine. I'll try to be nicer to people. Good boy. The kids are hanging around chatting amicably. It's nice to see them all getting along. Asked to borrow Delia's house key. Hey Delia, can I borrow the key to your house? Excuse me? I need it for a time travel thing. He probably wants to burglarize you and make a killing on the antiques market in the future. That wouldn't work. If he took something from now into the future, it would still be new. Antiques aren't valuable unless they go the long way round. Look, why do you actually want my house key? Well, I'm not exactly sure, but apparently your house catches fire sometime in the future, and I think it might be a good idea to prevent that. Wow, yes, I agree with you. Unfortunately, I lost my key when I was out playing in the countryside. Do you have some kind of magic future way to find lost keys? Well, maybe I'll think of something.
Is there a P available in the first one?
I think it's all the same letters. And no.
Because there was that word in the present with the thing that I thought might have been a card.
Prove?
Yeah, prove. It was like on. Oh, look at all bold and hint like, you know.
See if you can find anything about this.
Missile detector.
Can't say it's surprising that nobody names their sons Fulka anymore. Anyway, the cellar doors are unlocked now.
What? Okay, I was just about to get to how you can... Alright, first off, have you encountered the shadow rift in the cellar in the present?
Yes.
Okay, because fixing this makes it inaccessible. Okay, there's a gold plate with a date on it. October 31st, 1626.
I haven't seen that.
The Watchful Eye office has data about that. For the 250th anniversary of the village's founding, and you pick up the name of the founder.
Where's the gold plate?
Examine the gold plate. Oh! Okay, you save Putnam House, and there's 2 new exhibits, including gold plate.
Okay.
With the information needed to get the passport. And you just accidentally into it.
Yep.
Well, obviously we have to read the article, because there's probably something silly about it.
Yes. But we need to find the date first.
Wait, you get that by saving Putnam House.
Yes.
And to do that, you go to...
I need the
Offices
key.
Lab?
Who?
SIT?
I don't think I found that yet.
Offices Lab, SIT Campus, SIT Steam Tools.
Yeah, that's not any place I found yet.
Oh, you've not looked at a place called Portham yet?
Nope.
Ah. I see. Well, there's a metal detector about, and then you wander around the Sandwich Museum and find an extremely rusty old key and some other crap. The key unlocks Delia's door. And you can... Ew!
Yeah,
What's all this trash?
This is the junkyard.
Oh. Yeah, the first room supposedly holds a shovel.
Oh,
There's one.
it's right there. Now I have 2 shovels.
Wait. Holding a finger counter?
Mm-hmm. Just beneath the surface, your shovel strikes the top of a crate. The Geiger counter continues its irritating clickery. Stomp through the crate lid. You give the top of the old crate a mighty stomp and end up ankle-deep in compasses. It's better than being ass-deep in comp ankles. That's what you always say.
I concur, because I don't want to know what that is.
Anyway, enough jokes. You grab the least ruined-looking compass. This is a compass from back before they changed which way is north. You also breathe a sigh of relief as you turn off that annoying Geiger counter. Now back to the lighthouse.
About what the compasses are made out of.
I'm worried about what a comp ankle is.
I I feel like there's uranium involved. It smells like uranium.
No, it's,
Plutonium?
no,
Barium?
no,
Cobalt 94?
no.
I mean, something radioactive.
Yes,
Radiant?
yes,
Oh, radiant pain,
yes.
of course. I dislike it.
Hello again. You find that old compass you were looking for? I sure did. Here, what do you think? Could use a polish, but it seems to be in good condition. Alright, I'll swap you. Let me get that old Geiger counter back from you, too. You got an item, Cursed Compass. This should not be followed. This compass always points toward the evil version of North. Thanks. Yep, no problem. Get along now. I got a lot of important nothing to take care of.
Cool, bye.
What's up, Charles? Got something you might find handy. Finally found the time to check out this door behind me, and it turns out there was an old bricked-up passageway back there. It leads right to Radio PSI.
What?
Well, that's pretty convenient. Thanks, Charles. Hey, don't mention it, kiddo. Leave without mentioning it. Ask about the bandages. Did Murray leave a crate of antique bandages in the back somewhere? Yep. Say, how did you know that? It's a long story. Actually, it's a pretty short story, but it's one that makes me sound insane. Can I have them? Sure thing. Wait, you already have the crate right there. This is a different crate. Well, actually, it's the same crate, but it's a different same crate. You're right, you do sound insane. Hang on a sec. Clearly, you can't carry around two of the same crate. They might explode or something. And anyway, lugging around one big old wooden crate is enough of a hassle, let alone two. You open the crate, rummage around inside it until you found all the bandages that still look usable, and chuck the rest into the trash bin in the alley. Okay, now can I have the crate? Sure. He goes into the back and returns with an identical old wooden crate and a determined not to ask sort of expression. Thanks, Charles. Don't mention it. Anything I can help you with? Nothing right now, Charles.
Oh, that's what you renamed the speakeasy. Okay.
Yes. You sit in the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable, and pull the weird metal dome thing down over your head. Uncursed, the shadow-tainted compass. You sit with the compass in both hands as the machine whirs and whines and shakes around you. The machine, you feel, is frustrated. Some internal mechanism is swinging wildly, frantically. Then, crack! It figures out whatever it needed to, and there is no more curse. Not in the compass, not anymore. It still points to Old North, though, so it's practically useless. You got an item, Uncursed Compass. The compass's curse is now transfixed in the uncursing machine. Dare you project your consciousness inside? I will dare.
What's the uncursed compass doing on me?
Extra item and meat drops. Curse from this compass, making it just a comp.
Ass.
This is madness. That foolhardy coach is gonna get us all killed. What do you think we ought to do? Let's get out of here. Go home. Don't you think things were just fine the way they were? Why are we doing this? You mean playing baseball? He looks you dead in the eye and manages a nervy chuckle. Yeah, that's right, kid. You should listen to what Coach has to say. Like him or not, he is our coach. We gotta listen to what he has to say. People say not to change horses in midstream, but what if the horse is trying to get you bashed in the head with a baseball? That's a horse worth changing, and trust me, I know from horses. I saw one once. Alright, we'll see ya. Gosh, that looks sore. You okay, fella? I'm disgusted that it's come to this. We all know you're the weak link on the team. Some would say the team accountant shouldn't even be allowed on the field, but you tell me, did all my years of including you in team lunches and burpees make you into a baseball player? Yes, Coach, I'm ready to hit the balls. That's what I wanted to hear. Your destiny's out there on the diamond, son. Go and hit it into the parking lot. Gee, Coach, you think Mirabelle will ever marry me? I can't answer that, son. All I can tell you is that Mirabelle has married every World Series MVP since the series was first contested in 1903. You work out the rest. What?
Some short marriages.
Mm-hmm. Say, Coach, why do you wear that funny-looking hat? Nothing funny about it, son. It's a cloche. The coach's cloche. It's tradition. Excuse me, Coach, I gotta go hit something. 3 more minds broken by baseball.
Look at street pushed overs.
Powerful baseball team. $77? $83? They're getting points for hitting me?
It's very strange and weird. There might be further ADC to the right.
Nope.
Maybe you need to stand on the left side?
Nope, I put it away when I stand over there. There's no talking in baseball, son. Get out there. Why is the other team getting points when I swing? That's baseball, son. If the other team ever feels physically intimidated, that's an automatic 5-point penalty. Now am I supposed to win at all? Quit gabbing and get back out there. Don't you know leaving the field to talk to the coach is a 10-point penalty? What's with these compasses? My swing won't connect with them. I know it must be overwhelming. All I can tell you is to stay calm and remember that in baseball it's all about what you do hit. Excuse me, Coach, I gotta go hit some compasses.
You need to hit something else? I'm confused. Why are they getting points when you swing?
Because they get points. It's a penalty when they feel intimidated. The coach said.
need to hit something else.
Like what?
I don't know. Something else.
Got nothing else to hit.
You can hit something to the right or left.
Nope, because I walked too. When I walk too far away from the plate, I stop hitting. Take me out of the ball game. There's always other ways to beat their score.
Can you hit the scoreboard?
Son, my number one boy, you did it! You son of a gun, you won the whole damn game! Did I really do good, coach? Look at the scoreboard, it's 0-whole! That's the whole ball game! This one's for the accountants. Now get over to here, champ, and pucker up, cause here comes the coach's big sniff.
Ah!
What? Funny, the compass feels extremely reassuring now that it's back to being an ordinary little thing in your hand and not something hurled at your head in oversized ghostly form from every cardinal direction. It glows faintly. To think you were ever scared of a little old compass.
Yeah, it's been fired up, so it does something.
Yeah, even better drops. Like all the cursed items.
What you doing?
Gee, Coach, do you think Mirabelle will ever marry me? I don't know, Clumsy, but you don't need to call me Coach. We're friends. Call me Jessica. Okay, Coach, Jessica. Maybe take it easy with that machine for a little while. The pawn's toilet riposte. Beginner's luck. Cold armor. I don't have any cold armor.
None?
I don't think so.
Sounds.
Sleaze armor. The old greasy bishop gambit.
Or spooky armor.
I don't have 4 spooky armor. Jaduba pawn.
Cold armor again. Shivering queen. And the spook.
4 hot armor. I might have
I
that.
think you can scrape that together.
But it appears to be random, which, what kind of defense it wants from me at any given move. So I'm just gonna have to get lucky or build up all my defenses.
Well, with that, it's 320.
Oh. Well,
I wanted to save the village, but I see you have to go to a place you've not even been to, and
yeah.
Yeah.
You find a spot next to the window for that horrible potted worm Grady gave you. Which window?
you worm, what do you do?
There it is.
Yeah, it's a worm.
Hello, you awful little creature.
It's just worming. Well,
Someone has given you a nightstand. There's a briefcase and a note on top. Take one and read the other. Clumsy, the quality of your work at the distillery has been noted as excellent. We will contact you in a telephonular manner with further opportunities. Briefcase full of meat. Like a cow, this briefcase is flesh surrounded by leather. Unlike a cow, it has brass latches and a handle. Honest work for dishonest pay.
unsettling. Oh, you subjugated the mob too.
What?
The distillery was the mob, right?
The distillery was vampires.
Oh, okay.
There's a note for you. Call Don T with the phone number. Call the mob back. Don Toblerone verbalizing. Hi Don, it's me. Ah, splendiferous. Kudos on your triumphal completion of my previous assassination. You're welcome. Is that all? In fact, I have another item of business to be attenuated, which I believe to be suited marvellously to one of your skills. Which one? No, I mean, well, regardlessly, we require that you proceed apace to Crystal Dream Lake, wherein is located a purveyor of tools and implements of construction. Say again? You might vernacularize it as a hardware store. Ah, right, you guys run out of cement or something? We have a necessitude that you will perform upon this place of business what we categorize a shakedown. They owe you meat? No, we are merely desirous that the local commercialist retail emporia feel a measure of intimidation. Okay, I guess I can handle that. Okay, I thought it was going to be the end of the day having done the uncursing thing. But anyway, since it did not let me sleep,
Which I need to do.
I guess we can go ahead and... I'm sure it auto-saved.
Oh gosh, look at all this madness.
Mm-hmm.
Pacifist mode, in-game time, invert y-axis. That just flips everything upside down, doesn't it?
You know how to look for it now, but do you really want to?
Loathing games are intensely silly.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, let's go ahead and call it here. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be back possibly tomorrow afternoon, if I'm feeling up to it, to continue Octopath Traveler.
Otherwise, Saturday, where things will continue to get more out of control.
Indeed. With control. Or in control. Out of in control.
Don't tell Remy, but we're taking out the hiss.
Ha. And then next Thursday will be more Shadows over Loathing.
Whee!
Now let's see if anybody's still around for me to raid. Just Seahorse. So let's go raid Seahorse. They're playing Infinite Wealth. Appears to be fighting some signboard guys.
Infinite Wealth sounds like a sequel to Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Doesn't it?
I don't know. So, thanks again. Hope to see you all next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I'm getting hungry again.
My elbow went boom.
Yes, it did.